I oh, helps if I actually have my mic in front of me. There we go. Hey, look, I got my mic in front of me, guys. Look at me. I'm so great. I'm such an amazing person. Like 20 out of 10. Forgot another thing. Forgot to throw my tits up in the air. Wave them just like I don't care because I don't, okay? Don't don't care about how my tits look. Fuck you, chat. Fuck you. You know, sometimes it's not about my tits, it's about the other tits. But yeah, we're here. We're here now, chat. Chat the chat the chat the chat the chat. We are here. We should be here for every single one of you. Why hasn't Stream Elements told me how we're streaming? Are we streaming? I don't know. You can't do this to me. You can't make me not know things. I need to know. It's important. It's super important. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Close that. I don't need that up. What am I doing? I'm going insane. That's what I'm doing. Not like it's a long trip either, but you know. Anyway, oh, right, yeah, my chat's on the left side now. So that way I can see it better when I do the thing. And you better believe I'm gonna do the goddamn thing. Like a boss. Like an amazing person, really. Alright, let's... Oh, right. Let's continue to do thing. We do the thing, and then we do the other thing, and then we win. We win, chat. This is how we win the time war. Don't know what the time war is, but this, you know, we could say this is how we're gonna win it. Shimata, stop doing that. There we go. Gonna have to cover myself up because it's lewd. It's so lewd. All right, good. All right, now I can show my tits to everybody. Seriously, Stream Elements, am I actually streaming? I think I'm streaming. I should be streaming. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Right? Maybe. Maybe, baby. Well, either way. Let's switch things up. Hopefully display is displaying. Aw. Fuck a dick. I forgot. There we go. I lost my pace. I lost my pace.
Like this, I'm going to pull it down.
Okay, that's nice and loud, and I could hear it. But I feel like we should have a little bit.
Major Sarkar.
What? No. Why? That shouldn't be the. Hate you. Hate you so much. Everything is coming up jank, because that's just how I roll. Appearance. No, not restricted. I want light mode. Why aren't we talking about light mode and dark mode? There we go. There we go. But yeah, chat, how we doing today? Hopefully you're all doing fine.
Like so. And you can see now it's looking a lot more seed-like than what it was. I'm also going to make this
yes,
little
it does
bit
look a lot more seed-like.
Now you can actually, you know, just grab one face and you can bring it in as long as you're careful with it. So you can bring it in like so.
Okay.
And don't worry about any anything at all apart from the fact that you really don't want to break the mesh. So you're not going to worry too much about the shape. Alright, so that's pretty nice. You can see now when I press tab, it basically bounces back to what we had it before. And why is that? Well, what you've actually done now is you've actually created a shape key where now you can actually go in and move this on the fly. So for instance, if I've got my seed selected now and I come to value, you can see that I can change it into the actual seed, which is really, really great. Okay, so now we've got that. Now we want to make the actual pumpkin. So let's come to the actual pumpkin part. And what I'm going to do now is this time with edge select, Alt Shift and click, and just grab. You've actually created a shape key where now you can actually go in and move this on the fly. So for instance, if I've got my seed selected now and I come to value,
but I can't
select the value into the actual seed, which is really, really great. Okay, so now we've
why? What is that? Like how is it that you have that active and I don't? So I have seed active, right? Right.
It basically bounces back face, and you can bring it in as long as you're careful with it. So you can bring it in like so.
So
don't worry
about
seed,
right? Yes, I know.
At all apart from the fact that you really don't want to break the mesh. So you're not going to worry too much about the shape. Alright, so that's pretty nice. You can see now when I press tab, it basically bounces back to what we had it before. And why is that? Well, what you've actually done now is you've actually created a shape key where now you can actually go in.
Oh, you're in object mode.
So for instance,
that would explain. Gotcha. Wee. Uh-oh, what happened on my mouse? There it is. Hopefully the music's not too loud, Chad. I'm hoping you guys are would tell me such a thing. That's what it meant by pressing tab.
If I've got my seed selected now and I come to value, you can see that I can change it into the actual seed, which is really, really great. Okay, so now we've got that. Now we want to make the actual pumpkin. So let's come to the actual pumpkin part. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come in this time with edge select, Alt Shift and click, and just grab a few of these edges going round.
Okay.
Like so. Like so.
Yes,
like
yes,
so,
yes.
And maybe like so, something like that. Still with proportional editing on now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring them in now, like so, press the tab button, and now what I can do is I can actually bring this up and change it into my actual pumpkin with, you know, those.
Okay, yeah. I'm thinking of what you're putting down. Don't worry, we got this, What the fuck you talking about? Are you talking about proportional editing? But do we even need proportional editing? Whatevers. Oh, you know what? I got it. But bam! Look at that! Look. It's huge. Just
kind of those lumps that are going round.
Yeah.
Like so, like so, and maybe like so, something like that. Still with proportional editing on now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring them in now.
Oh, you make the proportional editing part really small. Gotcha. Sorry. Sheesh. Yeah. Look at that. That looks pumpkin-esque. Right? Oh, that looks very pumpkin-esque. Look at how pumpkin-y that pumpkin looks. Fudge, yeah.
Press the tab button, and now what I can do is I can actually bring this up and change it into my actual pumpkin with, you know, those kind of...
I do know.
Those lumps that you see on pumpkin, so it actually looks a little bit more like it. Now, the one thing I want to do also, I just want to put this back again.
Yeah.
I want to go back into it, and what I want to do is I just want to bring this in. So I can actually press Control-R. I can't actually bring it in from there, as you can see, so for some reason that's not actually working. But what I can do instead of that
you
is
just
want to
go to
all of these going around. So I'm going to press C to grab them all. So C in the middle.
Couldn't we just do this?
Press I and bring them in like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull them in. So I'm going to pull them in like so.
Alright,
And
well,
what I'm going to do is
why are
I'm
you not
just
letting
gonna
me
check that
inset?
out now, so I can bring that up.
Oh,
There we go, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Normally they would have some sort of stem on here. This one I'm going to check that out now, so I'm going to pull them in. So I'm going to pull them in. So,
how big of a inset are we talking about?
bring it around. So I'm going to press C to grab them all. So C in the middle. And then all I'm going to do is just press I and bring them in.
Well, that's
like
quite.
so.
That is quite
And
an
then what I'm
inset.
going to do is I'm just going to pull them in. So I'm going to
Josh,
pull them in.
Shamata, stop doing that.
So, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check that out now, so I can bring that up.
Alright,
And
let's
there we
just
go, that's exactly what I'm
re-inset
looking
that.
for. Normally they would have some sort of stem on here. This one hasn't got it on just to keep it simple for you, but you can see now that's exactly what we're looking for. Alright, so now what I want to do is I want to put this back to 0 again, so we have the basis of our pumpkin. Now let's put the timeline over something like 300. We don't want it too long, we want it just long enough so we can actually learn something. And then what I want to do is I want to put this onto 0. No, not 0, sorry, 1, always on 1. Let's then go to the shading panel. So you'll see that in the shading panel we've got everything set up in here. It doesn't really matter what, most of these can actually be edited. So you can edit your, what I mean by edit
Yay,
is,
nodes,
you can
I'm really
actually
bad at
insert
these.
a keyframe on most of these, so just take that into account. So the first thing I want to do is I just want to pull this over to the side, and I actually want to just bring in the timeline. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this down arrow, I'm going to come over.
Oh, well,
and
looks
bring
like we
in
already
my
got timeline here.
And now you can see that basically we can see our timeline, so we can move this backwards and forwards in the actual shading panel, which is exactly what I want to do. But I just want to pull this up 18.
Un momento, por favor.
So you'll see that in the shading panel with 0 again, so we have the basis of our pumpkin.
Oh, I need to
let's
bring
put
that
the
back to
timeline over
0.
Something like 300. We don't want it too long. We want it just long enough so we can actually learn something. And then what I want to do is I want to put this onto over to the side, and I actually want to just bring in a timeline. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this down arrow. I'm going to come over and bring in
where I
my
got timeline.
And now you can see that basically we can see our timeline, so we can move this.
Don't you worry,
backwards and
none, baby.
forwards in the actual shading panel, which is exactly what I want to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is
That's
I'm going
nice.
to put this first of all on 300.
Oh,
If you can't click it, just remember, type it in here, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my hue, my saturation, my value, and my pack. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press I, like so. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back then to 0. So, and now what I want to do is
are we going to 0 or
make
1?
this a colour which would be the seed. So for instance, it's quite a blue, a greenish colour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mess around, hook it up 1, and then you've got your green. Now I do want to lower the saturation of this, and I also want to lower the back a little bit. So bring it down, bring the saturation down, and just play around with it until you're happy with how your seed is going to look. So I'm just trying to, I think something like that. I'm just going to take it up 1, maybe something like that. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. So this kind of deep green color. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go down, I'm going to press I, and I.
oh, okay. Ooh, well, okay. It doesn't look very greeny. Kind of green. Factor of 1, man. Kind of yellowy. That's like a green, but not. As we all know, yellow is green, but not. Value. Okay. Hello, Peter Files. How are you Oh my lord. Damn it. God damn it. Hold up. No, yeah. You can't hold up on me with a name like that. You can't do that to me. Alright, so this is I think. Did I? Oh my god. You can't do this to me. But hi, how are you doing, Peter? I'm just calling you Peter. We're not pronouncing the full name anymore.
Like so. And now what should happen is, as I move along, you will see that this will change from this nice green colour to an orange colour. So if I press spacebar now, you'll see it starts to change.
Does it? Did I screw it up?
Become that beautiful orange colour of pumpkin.
Are we sure?
There we go.
Oh, there it is, yeah. Look at us!
Now we can also go in if we're not happy with the colour in the middle, which I'm kind of not, and basically turn it to any colour that we want. So I'm just going to bring the saturation down. I'm going to also pull this down a little bit and just mess around. I'm not going to actually mess around with the value because that's really messing it up. I'm going to bring the hue down to 0.55 maybe. Let's try that. Let's try and bring the saturation up a little bit, like so. Let's mess around with this value. Yeah, something like that. And then again, I, and let's give that another try. So from here, you should get the middle now and go to the colour that I picked. It shouldn't be too bright.
Oh god, that does not even look.
That's not what I wanted. It should go to this greenish colour, a bit like potato, and then actually turn into this really nice orange.
I'm just gonna go and copy exactly what you did, brah. I ain't proud. On.
Green colour that we're actually looking for. Alright, so then.
I mean, is it though? Why is all my stuff still like on the yellow side? Did I fuck it up? It dare.
There you go, that's that part done. Now what we need
Did I
to do
fuck
is
it up?
go back to our layout, and what we want to do is we want to put this onto
I straight up fucked it up, didn't I? Alright. Yeah, no, I straight up must have done something wrong. And this chat is why we save our place every now and then. It's just, I guess we'll accept our fate. We'll accept. Really? Hate my life. Hate it. Well, this is why I do not save. We're not going to save anything that we've done thus far. Alright, so we're just going to grab like some places here, and want to make sure that that is a lot smaller first and foremost, and let's go push that. In. Push that. Not there. I want to push that more on the Y. Everything looks crap, but that's okay. It's how we do sometimes. Life can be crap like that, and that's okay. I don't know, and I don't care what's taken. How are you doing today? I don't know. That's a clever name. I like it. How is everything? Good. I'm glad. All right, let's see here. Boom. Okay, so we're good there. Then we go to the pumpkin part, and we want to go to You know, I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm always paranoid about art streams because I'm not good at it. I mean, that's the whole let's learn the art side of everything. But they're not my most entertaining streams, and I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm trying my best to make sure people kind of enjoy this. A little too. Little too. That's perfect, actually. You know. Oh, right. Done with that. Right. Ah. All right. So things that we are learning. Oh God, no! Hey, don't do that. Do the opposite of that. All right. So then we take that, and we want to see about. Oh, not that way. That way? No. Y'all making this difficult on me. And by y'all, I mean me. Alright, so we just take that and we pull it down just a smidge. Just a smidge more. Just. There we go. Look at how pumpkin-y that is. I mean... very pumpkin-y. Yeah. No, it's so much fun being, self-taught. Well, more or less self-taught. I'm not gonna lie and say that I know everything, because fuck that. That's a straight-up lie, and we don't do that here. Not in this court. I just want to grab that and pull it down a little. Yeah, why not? Alright, this time, no, proportional lighting off. Like, I mean, obviously I'm watching tutorials and everything, but I'm not going to... Okay, well, that looks like butts when I do it that way. Just a smidge more. Just a smidge. And everything like that, because... I feel like being, like, absolutely self-taught, like, here's Blender. Just learn it without any sort of tutorial is probably a bit, like, much. But, trying to learn modeling, trying to learn animations, and, of course, texture painting, because, of course, we have to learn texture painting, because I hate myself. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We do what we can, right? All right, let's go to shade. Oh, wait. Well, let's look at the thing layout real quick. Okay, I'm still at 200. I want to go up to 300. All right. Shading. All right, so let's make sure we got a couple of things up and around. One of them being this comes here, and make sure we're on frame. Tres Honderos. Don't ask me how to pronounce 300 in Spanish. I have no idea. I'm not very good at pronouncing anything more than 10. Right. Noir, hi baby, hi. Oh, how are you? Oh, thank you. I work on it every day. Make sure it's nice and spit shined and all that. I'm glad that you found the nice copy mode. I worked. That took me like an hour to make. That took me an hour to make, and I'm not proud of it. But I'm also proud of it because it took me an hour to make. Or do I want to be at frame 0? I don't think I need to be at frame 0. Okay, well, we're not... no, wrong hues. Alright. Let's bring... The saturation's definitely not doing anything. Factor of 1. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of weird-ass redeems, and it's more or less fun. Okay, that's not green. That's not green either, but saturation down to me. That looks like butts. It's this. Generally my chat loves to use this one when I'm playing a scary game. Because it's so out of left field. It freaks me out every time. Which is why I don't. That's why it's 1,000 points, because that one will, like, especially if I'm concentrating, gets me every time, and I love it. All right, greenish. Okay, good. I want to go to 150. Look at this hue and saturation there. Yeah, no, isn't it a good one to just, like, fuck with somebody on? I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay, let's see. I probably want it. Ooh, God, not that. Yeah, I got a lot of them that are just weird, or perhaps just fun to find out what it is. Right? I probably need to mess with the tails on and off because I don't know how to do that with my 3D model. There's always a time for learning things, and I never have the time. Though, you know, to be fair, no, not everybody uses that one to scare me, because a lot of the times, just playing a fart will scare me, and I hate it. Alright, so I want it to be probably like a factor of 1, right? Okay, that's looking better. That's not. Okay. Let's lock it in. Let's go. Okay, I guess I kind of already did lock it in. Let's see. Not great, not great. Probably want to boost saturate. No, we don't want to. We don't want to drop it either. We could drop value. Yeah, I guess dropping value. That looks good. That looks good. All right, cool. Cool. Let's figure out. Well,
1, and then what I want to do is I want to make sure. Now
Right.
what we can do is we can go back
to
our
layout. Yes.
And what we want to do is we want to put this onto 1. And then what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm making it smaller from this part here. So what I want to do is click on the little sideways V again, come to 3D cursor, and what I want to do is I want to, first of all, I need to put this on 300.
Wait. Did
Like
you say
so. And we'll do the
sideways?
end part. I need to put this, making it smaller from this part here. So what I want to do is click on the little sideways V again, come to 3D cursor, and what I want to do is I want to, first of all, I need to put this on 300, like so. And we'll do the end part first, because that's the easiest part. So what I want to do is I want to turn this up. So if I turn this up, do here, and then what I can do is I can hover over this value, I can press I, and then what I can do is I can come back into my viewport, I can press I, location, rotation, and scale.
Scale.
Alright, so now let's come back to 1. Now we want to basically make this into the seed. So what I want to do is I want to make it smaller. So if I make it smaller, you'll notice because we've made it smaller from that point, it gets smaller from here.
Okay, but why are you green though? Where did green come in?
1.
Okay, went back
Now
to
we
1.
want to basically make this into the seed. So what I want to do is I want to make it smaller. So if I make it smaller, you'll notice because we've made it smaller from that point, it gets smaller from here, like so. And then we'll start off at that size. We've got automatic on, so just remember that you've got this on. I mean, it should be okay on this part here, but just
Yes.
remember if you've got that on, just turn that off if you don't want it on. Now what I want to do is I want to turn the pumpkin, so this part here, all the way down.
Down.
I'm going to turn it all the way down. I'm going to press I, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my seed. I'm going to turn this all the way up, like so. I'm going to press I, like so. Alright, so now let's see where we are. So if I press spacebar now, you can see it starts getting bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. And you can see we have a problem. And the reason
Ah!
is because
Thank
we
you.
need our seed to
Uh-oh.
change as we come up. So in other words, once
Jesus Christ. Oh my lord. Thank you so much. Oh lord. I did not expect somebody to just spam it, but I'm okay with that. Thank you. I don't know, and I don't care. Oh lord. You can't buoy me on that one. Refuse. But maybe I should have a cool. Oh, heck. Whew. I need to drink after that. Music's not too loud for you guys, right? Hopefully.
we get to around about here, like so, we need our seed on this one to actually change. So if I put this down to 0 now,
Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. We want it to go from 0. Oh. And we're like, bam.
press the I button, and then as we come up now, you can see that it gets bigger, then it starts to come out. Now I don't like the fact that it starts coming out here, because normally pumpkins, they grow really, really fast, and then these kind of things come out. So
I don't
want to go back to our pumpkin now, put this down to 0, and press the I button, and now you'll see that as I come in, and press spacebar, it starts to get bigger, changing
Okay.
to this really round, thick pumpkin. Then we start to add
Broad
this
knows
back
so
to
much
the
about, like,
fold now.
pumpkins, and I have no
There you
fucking
go.
clue.
That is a way that you can actually
He's all like, yeah, no, pumpkins definitely don't, like, you got me, brah. You got me. I wish I could tell you. Okay, okay, you got me. That does look a lot better. That looks a lot better. Just something about it that does. Yeah. That looks nice. That looks nice.
create pumpkins. Now I know there is more to it than that which you could do with it. Instead of it actually getting bigger in that kind of way, you could use shape keys to actually enlarge it, which would probably look a lot more realistic than it just kind of growing from this part like so. It doesn't look very realistic at the moment. It
I don't
needs to
know,
kind of
looks
top
pretty
load
good.
as well and move a little bit to get that realism in there and things like that. But this is basic shape keys in a nutshell, and I think actually you should have learned a lot from this.
I did.
Alright everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that. What we'll do
Oh,
now
I
is we'll just
fucking
drop that down, and then
loved
we're gonna
it. I loved
do
every
this
bit
off.
about that.
We're going to actually create some multiple bones in this, which are going to be rotating around. Alright everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot.
I don't know, yeah. That looks kind of cool. I like it. Awesome. Alright, so now that we're done with those shape keys, let's hide the pumpkins and add and show the multiple bonekins. Ooh, this is going to be exciting, hopefully. Because this is going to be multiple parts.
Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now on this one what we want to do is we want to work with multiple bones all moving at different angles and around at the same time, just to really pick up that complexity of building actual rigs. Alright, so what we're going to do first of all is we're going to make sure that your actual cursor is in the center, so you're going to grab your actual...
Oh god, yeah, no, that is me. Like, yeah, I get it. I understand it. What the fuck am I doing? What is my life? That's basically me with everything in 3D modeling. Yeah, more or less. More or less. You're not wrong with that at all. This tutorial is probably the most comprehensive I've seen, because most of everybody else that ever does a tutorial is like, yeah, just do this. Okay, but why are we doing this? And they never explain, well, why? You know, I mean, there's a few things where you could be like, oh, okay, you know, we're insetting a face, you know, to you know, like, you don't necessarily need, like, everything about it, but, like, they really haven't explained why we want to use bones over, like, your standard keyframes. And I mean, shape keys kind of seem self-explanatory when we went through it, right? It's just modeling a shape and having it go through, and that's probably something bones can't do.
Globe, you're going to press L on this one, do it in edge select just to make sure if there's any seams or anything like that, you're grabbing the whole of the actual sphere, and then what you're going to do is just going to press Shift F, cursor to selected. Alright, I'm going to press Tab, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my first bone, so I'm going to press Shift A, Armature. I'm going to actually put this bone on names, and I'm going to put it in front like so, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift A again, but I need to be sure I'm actually in edit mode, so edit mode, Shift A, and then all I'm going to do now is bring this one down, so you can see that I can't bring it down.
Brian Amato, how are you doing? How are you doing?
So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab it like that through there, and then I'm going to bring it down to here. And
may need to bring down
the
music on myself.
90,
it's like
on name.
Because the dude's kind of a little quiet right now. How are you doing on this fine day? Bring that down just a smidge. Just a smidge.
And I'm going to put it in front like so.
Alright.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my... to make sure if there's any seams or anything like that, you're grabbing the whole of the actual sphere. And then what you're going to do is just going to press Shift F, cursor to select. Alright, I'm going to press Tab, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my first bone, so I'm going to press Shift A.
Where's my
Armature.
bone? Why are you not letting me select my bone?
On names, and I'm going to put it in front like so.
Oh, Shimata. Okay, well, that makes it really difficult for me to select the bone when the bone is... There it is. Names in front. There we go. So move that up in here. Yay! Now we get to see the bone! Thank you, I appreciate that. And then, yeah, it was a little loud on my end, but I kind of like it loud. But I wanted to make sure that you all got, you know, proper...
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift A again, but I need to be sure I'm actually in edit mode. So edit mode, Shift A, and then all I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring this one down. So you can see that I can't bring it down at the moment because it's actually grabbing the whole thing. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab it like that through there, and then I'm going to bring it down to here and then rotate it round. So R, Y, 90, R, Z, 90, something like that. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, and as we've discussed many times now, this is actually going to be my actual root bone. Alright, so now we'll actually bring in another one. So
those are cute ass emotes, I love them. Alright, Shift A, and grab that, and bring it... Wait. How the fuck did I do that? How do I move... very poquito. Like it is probably more or less a
Shift A. And then I'm going to press R, Y.
a travesty of how I often pronounce any
Y,
Spanish words.
90, R, edit mode, Shift A, and then all I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring this one down. So you can see that I can't bring it down at the moment because it's actually grabbing the whole thing. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab it like that through there, and then I'm going to
What do you mean grab it like that through there?
spin the whole thing. So all I'm going to do is I'm just...
Okay, why are you not letting me grab the thing? Girl. Girl, why am I having trouble like this? Poquito? Yeah. Very, very, very poquito. Now, I mean, I can probably pronounce it fairly, like the words that I do know fairly well, but I also do enjoy pronouncing them incorrectly. Muy poquito. All right. What a bitch. How am I bad at this? Okay, so select bone and no, but that's bone 2. You can't do this to me. Okay, bone. Yes. We got bone 1, right? And then we... What if we hide bone 1? And then we do shift A. There. Aha! Yeah. Yeah. And then I just go alt H. Yeah! Get dunked on, nerd! That shouldn't have been so difficult. That really shouldn't have been so difficult. Thank you for the pats and the highs. Alright.
Just going to grab it like that through there, and then I'm going to bring it down to here and then rotate it round. So R, Y, 90, R, Z, 90, something like that. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, and as we've discussed many times now, this is actually going to be my actual...
Oh, you know what? I'm not on individual origins. That is a problem. Maybe that's what my issue was. Go. R, come on. RY 90, perfect.
Root bone. Alright, so now we'll actually bring in another one, so I'm going to press Shift A.
Another one?
And then I'm going to press RY 90, and then...
Pero. Wait up. Shift A. R. Y 90. Yes. Yes, we're doing it. We're doing it, chat. I'm so excited.
R, Y, minus 90, and then...
Oh, another one?
A.
Jesus Christ, how many are we at? Shifting R, Y, minus 90. And what, are we going to do like RY 180?
And then R, X, 90.
Oh, fine. Yeah. I get it. Trying to make me act a fool. No, we're not deleting nothing. X. RX 90. There we go.
With bones like this, plus a... 4 bones like this, plus a root bone like so. Alright, so now let's go and actually name these things. So first of all, I'm going to press Tab. I'm going to grab my actual armature. I'm going to press F2. And I'm going to call this Globe Rig. Enter. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag my Globe Rig into multiple bones one. Like
yes,
so.
we're already there. We're already there. Don't even worry about that.
Press Tab. I'm going to come to the bottom one. Press F2. I'm going to call this Root Bone. Like so. Now we'll come to the middle one here, and what we'll do is press F2, and we'll call this Sphere.
Middle one.
And then I'll come to this one here, and I'll call this one the inner ring. So we have 3 rings here, so we'll call this inner ring. And don't forget to put, I need to put bone on here actually, so I'm just going to press F2. Always put bone on the end.
I don't know why we do this, but I guess that's just a thing that we just do.
We'll call it inner bone.
Which one's inner bone?
Like so.
Oh, the one on the right?
This one we'll call middle bone. So middle bone. And of course you can call these whatever you like want to call them.
Well,
and then the
maybe
top
I
one we'll just
do,
call it
but I don't
outer.
want
So
to.
F2, outer. Bone. Like so. Alright, so now what I want to do is we just want to make sure, first of all, that all of these will be connected to the root bone. So I'm just going to grab each one of these.
There we
grab
go.
this
Boom.
last, press Ctrl P, and then keep offset.
Right. Man, it feels like I forget so much about this stuff. And to be fair, it's been a couple of weeks since I've started to learn animation, but, like, still. Eesh. Well, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate that. Both of you, IDK and Brian, you are... I appreciate you all joining the Jester's Court, and I hope you do enjoy my content. Oh, wrong button.
And of course you can call these whatever you like want to call them. And then the top one we'll just call it outer. So F2, outer. Bone. Like so. Alright, so now what I want to do is we just want to make sure, first of all, that all of these will be connected to the root bone. So I'm just going to grab each one of these, grab this last, press Ctrl P, and then keep offset. And now when I move this, we should have all of those actually coming from there. Because they're all in the center, by the way, you'll only see one line, so don't worry actually about that. If the lines, by the way, are annoying you, I think there's actually... Where is it? I think it might be on here. There we go. So we can see that we've got...
Again, I don't know why a root bone has to exist, but apparently a root bone is a thing that has to exist. That is the one thing that they don't tell you.
If you don't want them on there.
Like,
alright, so
root bone.
Now what we need to do
it's got to exist. Why?
Now we're only going to weight this with...
Because we can, I guess.
No weights like we've done before, not with weight painting or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab... this, I'm going to grab my bones, I'm going to press Ctrl P, and I'm going to give it with empty groups again. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my actual mesh. I'm going to look first of all to make sure that there's the armature on. Now you can see on this one, so this is actually a good thing that I'm going to show you here, that we've actually got an armature on already. And this is because I brought this in from another scene. So when you go...
Alright, then they did say empty weights, empty groups.
Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my press Ctrl P and I'm going to give it with
empty groups. Okay, I did empty weights, not empty groups. There's a difference. Alright, so Control P. Oh, no. Empty groups.
Again. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my actual mesh. I'm going to look first of all to make sure that there's the armature on. Now you can see on this one, so this is actually a good thing that I'm going to show you here, that we've actually got an armature on already. And this is because I brought this in from another scene. So when you go and check this, just make sure
well, thankfully, when you gave me this file, I was able to do this.
Red, which means it's not actually working. So you can just actually come on and cross that off. Now the other problem you're going to have is that you can see here that I've got a lot of extra bones here. Now I can see that if I come all the way up to here, so you can see sphere, middle bone, inner bone, outer bone, root bone, that from the root bone here, so if I pull this down a little bit, can I pull this down?
When was this?
Pull this down, there we go.
No, I got everything. Okay, good. You cleared that up before giving it to me. You're making me confused and worried.
Click the minus off, minus off, minus off, and the minus off.
Good.
There we go. Now, I'm not sure if in the course you will actually have this issue where you've still got the actual armature attached.
I mean, I would feel like...
I might leave this one on just so you're aware of that, so you can actually make sure. You know, you might have already put an armature on it. It might come in with an armature already on it, which you don't want, or something like that. This is how you clear them all off. So now, when I press...
I think Jeremy spelled J-E-R-E-M-Y, not A-M-Y.
Alright, so now let's actually...
Well, thank you. Thank you. I do spit shine it every day, of course.
Our globe, and we'll come down to our root bone, which is this one here. We're going to press tab. We're going to grab everything. And then again, we're going to remove 100% of the weight. Now what we'll do is we'll come to our outer bone, so this one here. So this is this here. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to click.
Spit shine ritual. Very much. Alright, let's just make sure. Did I do everything right? I don't think I did everything right.
This because there's no armature, there's no bones attached. Alright, so now let's actually come in And what we're going to do first is we'll click on our globe, and we'll come down to our root bone, which is this one here. We're going to press tab, we're going to grab everything, and then again we're going to remove 100% of the weight. Now what we'll do is
remove. There we go.
we'll come to our outer bone, so this one here. So this is this here. I'm going to grab it.
Oh, that's my Jeremy bone.
100% of the weight. The inner bone is going to be this one here.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. This is simple. He says before he, completely loses it. All right. Boom. So we go assign 100% of the weight. We go to middle bone. And we click here and we're like, yo, that's super, not the middle. This is the middle. There you go. Assign 100% of the weight. Then go to the inner bone. L to select all. Assign it. Sheesh. And people charge thousands of dollars to do this. Whatevers. You can do it in 5 seconds,
Here,
apparently.
L, assign 100% of the weight. The middle bone is going to be this one here. L, assign 100% of the weight. And finally, the sphere bone, which is this one here. Click assign. Now we should have, if we come up now to weight paint, we should have now the sphere, the middle, the inner, the outer, and finally the root bone with nothing. So just have a quick check on that and it should look like that. And now finally we can go back to
looking
edit
good
mode, which is what we're
looking
on.
good.
Now what we should be able to do now is grab any of these bones. So if I grab my armature, go into pose mode, grab this one for instance and say let's rotate it like so. You can see the outer one now is actually moving around like so, and that is exactly what we want. You can see we have got a bit of stretch in there, and the reason for that is
why do we have the
when
stretching?
I turn this, so as you can see, if I go to my front view now, so 1, and I press R and Y and spin this, can you see how it's actually going out of line? Now that's really not something we want. And the reason for that is because this actual cursor is really not in the right place for this one. So let's actually fix that first. So we're going to go back to edit mode. And
Okay.
then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press tab, come back to my globe. I'm going to grab
Wait. Why did we go into edit mode just to go back into different edit mode?
all of this going around here. I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and you'll see how it
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Picking up what you're putting down. Just
It moves very, very slightly, and that is exactly what our issue is. Now what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come back now to my bones. I'm going to grab this bone, and when I move this to start with, so if I press Shift S, selections cursor to keep offset, it's going to put it in the middle, and that's really not what we want. So just put it like that, and then what you can do is you can come down to the bottom, Shift S again, and selections cursor keep offset. Now you'll see it goes in the middle, albeit it gets a bit smaller, and all you can do then is if you grab it, you can actually pull it out.
wait, you're confusing me. I apologize. I'm apparently
S,
three
cursor to
slow for
selected, and you'll see how it moves very,
5
very
this.
slightly. And
Yes,
that
yes,
is
yes, yes,
exactly what our issue is. Now what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come back now to my bones. I'm going to grab this bone,
Yes,
and when I move this to start with, so if I press Shift S, selections cursor to keep offset, it's going to put it in the middle, and that's really not what we want. So
No.
just put it like that, and then what you can do is you can come down to the bottom, Shift S again, and selections cursor
So
keep
I
offset. Now
do
you'll
want
see
to
it
do
goes in
that.
the middle,
Selection
albeit
to
it gets a
cursor.
bit smaller, and all you can do then is if you grab it, you can actually
Wait.
pull it out like so.
Could I?
Now when we actually come into pose mode, we should
No,
now,
I
if
kinda
I press R and Y, we should
if I
be able
grab
to
it-
do that perfectly.
Oh,
Alright, so now
that's actually okay. I kind of see why you want to do that, because there's way too many different bones intersecting. All right, so in this case, go do that, so that way you get this, and cursor is selected, keep offset, and then we just make it bigger. Just make it bigger. There we go. I like it. I like it when it touches out there. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing.
let's check to see if we've got the same problem with the other one. So I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to press R and Y, and you can see exactly the same issue with this one. And let's try this one as well. So R and Y, and exactly the same issue with this one. So let's actually get those fixed. So I'm showing you,
this
so you
feels like a
understand
very
if something's going wrong, how you can actually fix it, or good ways to
long
actually
way
fix
to
things.
fix it.
Okay, so
though.
let's go back into edit mode. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come now to my globe. I'm going to grab this one first. So the middle one, Shift S, cursor to selected. And I'm hoping that that actually moved. I think it's moved. So cursor to selected.
I mean, it has to move.
And let's grab my inner, which is this one here. So I'm going to press tab. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift S and selections cursor, like so. I'm going to grab this bottom bit here, Shift S, selections cursor. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the whole thing and pull it out a little bit like so. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this one. So I'm going to grab this one here. So L,
out to there.
Shift S, cursor to selected.
This feels like a lot.
Grab this one, Shift S, selection to cursor. And then I'm going to...
There's got to be a quicker way to do this, right? Well, cursor to selected. Oops, that was the inner bone. I didn't want to... God damn it. Chat, I'm bad. I'm bad at things. Okay, let's go back to edit mode. I want the middle... Oh. Chat. Why am I like this? All right, so boom. All right, cursor to selected. We grab the booty part and go cursor to selected. Keep offset. We just make it so that way. I just want it to touch there. That way we know, right? You know, makes sense. It makes sense to me anyway. Edit mode. We select you. Go. Boom, cursor to selected. Object mode, boom, edit mode. Boom, there's that. We grab the booty bone, the booty part of the bone. And then we go. There we go. Yeah, look at us. Look at us. We're doing so good.
Shift S, selection to cursor.
Oh,
All S, pull it out. All right, so the moment of truth. Let's see if these all work now. So I'm going to go to pose mode. I'm going to check this one first. I think I know that this one works. So, yep, that one's working fine. And then R and Y. Working fine now. And then we can say R and Y.
What the fuck? Oh, damn it. What did I grab?
Low, which is this front one. So we can press R and Y. We can see that one is also a little bit out. So what I'm going to do on that one is...
Damn it! Where the hell did I do that? Ah, I hate it. I hate it, chat. Okay. And let's just go to pose mode real quick. Yeah, it looks like crap. I didn't do that, did I? All right, let's check weight paint, actually. Weight paint. It has to be in weight paint, right? Oh, damn it. Okay, what is it? Nope, that is definitely not the, that is not the thing that I want. I want to make it just okay. No, I want the opposite of that. What's the button? What's the button? Oh, we just... There we go. There we go, chat. See, it's perfectly fine. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, chat. We got it. We got it. All right, cool. Cool. All right, let's go into pose mode just to make sure that I didn't fuck anything else up. yeah. We're problem solvers, chat. We're problem solvers. Let us go. I love being able to problem solve. It's something that I'm not very good at. All right, so boom. Let's make sure we clicked off. L. Then we go cursor to selected. Perfect. And then we go back here, go boom. And then we grab the booty of the bone. And we grab the bone itself, and we're like, there we go. I'm getting good at this, maybe. Cursor to selected. Okay. Edit mode. Nope. Object mode. Edit mode. Bone. Boom. Keep offset. Grab the booty. We can't scale the booty up, but we can scale the bone. We're doing it. We're doing it. And doing it well. Doing it well. Okay, well, let's just bring that back to 0. Alright, save. But the thing is that, we don't want it to do that. We probably want it all to... yeah, rotate. Oh, actually, I do like that kind of rotation, honestly. That's a cool one. That's a cool one. I like it. Okay, and then we probably also want to grab the sphere, the game sphere, as it were. All right, boom, cursor to selected, back up to object mode. We grab that, edit mode, grab this one, and we go, I guess, same thing. Grab the booty, same thing. And we could scale it up as however big we want. And then just catch pose mode, looking good. Here, let's do first before I say looking good. Yep. Okay. It looks like it's keeping within parameters, I suppose. Not necessarily.
I'm going to do the same thing, pretty much what I did. You can see it's a tiny bit out. So I'm going to come to edit mode, come back, grab my actual globe like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press, actually, I'm not going to do that because I think that this should be more in the middle with these. So I'm actually not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this one like so. And then I'm going to press 1. I'm going to press Shift S and selection to cursor like so. Now I think that's actually going to work. I'm going to grab the back of it, Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, and then make it bigger.
Everything that we've done so far.
Like so, and hoping that actually fixes it. So let's come now to pose mode, grab this one, R and Y, and there we go. Now it's moving perfectly. Let's see if it's actually moving the other way as well. So R and X, and there we go now. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. All right, so now that's fully set up. I'm going to actually come up to the top, save out my work, and then what we'll do on the next one is we'll actually get this rotated around. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Yeah, whatever. I think we're good. I think we're good. File, save. Yeah. Let's rotate it all together.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. All right, let's set our time frame down to 1, and then what we'll do is we'll start now actually putting in a key. So I'm going to press I, location, rotation, and scale.
And that's only for sphere bone. Go I locate load.
Now I'm going to do is I'm going to come up to, we're on 300 at the moment, which is kind of going to make this a little bit difficult. because you've got to basically break it down over 300. So we're better off actually putting it over 200 and having each frame on 50, because there's going to be 4 actual frames per revolution. So if I
I'm
put
okay
this
with
now
that.
onto 200, like so, and then we can go to frame 50, like so. Let's put it down one,
I
and
was
then we can
exactly on
rotate it
50
around.
the
So
first.
RZ 90, like so, and it's going to automatically put a frame in, and then we can go to 100, and then RZ 90, and then 150, like so, RZ 90, and then finally 200 RZ 90. Now we do know that it's going to start off slow before it starts picking.
All right, did I don't think no, I must have done it right, right? Uh-huh, yeah, I did. I did. I did it. Guilty as charged. I did it. Oh, damn! Look at that. RZ90. I'm not even sure why I'm saying Z. It's Z. It's
Up
Z.
any speed.
We don't believe in Britannia here. But I'm not. Okay. All right, let's go to 50. $900. Look at that. Exactly there. Mm. I don't know how I got off in such a weird way, but you know, we fixed it. We fixed it.
Like so. So we don't actually want that. So what we want to do is right click, interpolation, and I think we want it on linear.
Okay, bring this up a little bit. Interpolation linear. Okay, so it's not super slow.
Linear. So it should now just keep going around.
Perfect. Perfect. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We've done everything we can, chat.
All right, so I'm happy with how that looks.
wish.
Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this back on 1.
Uno.
And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mess with this one. So if I press R and X, we should end up with this one going around like so. So let's start then. What we'll do is we'll press I, location, rotation, scale, and then we'll come to the 50 mark. And then we'll press R and X and 90, 100, RX 90, 150, RX 90, and then 200, like so, and then RX 90. And then what I'm going to do is, of course, right click, interpolation, put it on linear. All right, so now we should end up with something like this, which is looking really, really nice. And now we just go back to 1 again. And now, because we've done this one, let's do the middle one. So let's do this middle one. And I'm going to press I, location, rotation, scale. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press RZ90. Oops, I'm not going to do that because I need to put it on 50 first. There we go. And then
right.
RZ90. And then 100. And I'm basically just pressing RZ90. Get it right back to 200. So RZ90, like so. And now we should end up with something like this. And it's looking fairly complex. And they're all meeting in the middle.
This is actually pretty...
It's looking really, really nice. All right, so now we've just got the outer ring left. So let's put it back to 1 again. So with the last one, let's go a little bit nuts with this one as well. So what we'll do is we'll grab this one. We'll basically...
Yeah. We're doing it. We're doing it well. Come on. All interpolation as linear. So from my understanding, you don't really want to do linear so much. Linear tends to be not grand. You kind of want to often do the brassiere. It makes it look more smooth, but since this is just, you know, things.
Press I, location, rotation, and scale. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to rotate it by, let's say, R, X, and 90. So let's rotate it there. In fact, no, I don't. I need to put it on 50 first.
50 first,
so on 50, yeah. And then R, X, 90, and then 100, RX90.
Okay. So we're looking at the Jeremy bone, RX90, boom. RX90, boom. I wonder, oh wait, are we gonna add a Y in there as well? RX90. That would make sense. That would make sense, right? We would be able to what? Have both rotations there? RX90.
150, RX90, and finally back
I mean,
to
why not, right?
200, RX and 90. All right, now let's come back to the 50 mark, and what we'll do is we'll also spin it a different way on this one. So what we'll do is we'll press RY90.
RY90. Called it. Called it. So like oops. Wrong. I have to be in here. RY90. Bam. All right, let's go back to the hundo. RY90. No, I'm not doing the thing, apparently. Nope, that's not a rotation. RY90. Here. RY90. Over here. RY90. I'm assuming this is what he's talking about.
Yeah. RY90. RY90. We'll spin it that way. And then we'll come up to the 100 mark. And what we can't do here is if we press RY, you'll see that it's just going to spin it on there. So we don't really want that. So what
yeah,
I
we
want to
don't.
do is RX90. And then what will happen is we'll have this feeding into this one. And we don't really want that either. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to 150. I'm going to put it on RY90 like so. And then it should move like so.
Okay. Well, mayhaps I've already fucked it up, but we'll find out. Yeah, I've already fucked it up somehow. Right, let's see here. Okay. All right, so we're looking at RY90, right? Then here, we actually just want to take RX90, RY90.
And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on here, interpolation mode. I'm going to grab them all actually and press A, right click, interpolation mode, and let's put it on so, and then 50. I'm this feeding into this one, and we don't really want that either. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to 150. I'm going to put it on RY90 like so, and then it should move
fine.
like so.
Okay.
And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on here, interpolation mode. I'm going to grab them all actually and press A, right click, interpolation mode, and let's put it on Bezier. Just make sure, because that then what it'll do is it'll smooth everything out. So this is going to be a bit erratic, this one, but it's going to be smoothed out because of the interpolation mode. So now if we go back, press space
Looks
bar.
weird though at the end there, right? Let's see, let's look at yours. When you get
there
to...
we go. And you can see it's following on after each other. It's kind of erratic, this outer ring, which is exactly what I'm looking for.
But it doesn't
like
look
so.
smooth.
All right, so
that's
now
the only problem I
actually
have is that it's
put
not
this
looking smooth.
onto object mode. Let's hide these out of the way. First of all, though, I just want to make sure it all moves with it. Just doing the last check before I do anything. I'm just going to grab this one, making sure that all moves with it. And the other thing is, we could make sure that the whole of this moves with this, because it's no point just moving this. So what we'll do is, before finishing, we'll actually come back to edit mode. We'll press tab. We'll come back to our globe. We'll go over to here. We'll come to our root then. I'm going to press tab. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the whole of this part. and then I'm going to set this to weight of 100, like so. Now if I press tab, come back to my pose mode, so I'm going to grab my bones, back to my pose mode, and now if I grab this, it should move the whole thing. So I should theoretically be able to put this here or over here, and it also carries on moving like so.
So I do want
and
to
then I
put
should
all
be able
the
to
weight.
press Alt-G and put it right back to the beginning again. All right, so now let's actually... Oh, you can... yeah, that's exactly what I've worried about. You can see, because I've got this on, it's actually moved it over there. I'm just going to click that off, delete these out the way, and then I'm just going to press Alt-G and just put it back, and now it should just move as intended. All right, so now let's come up to object mode. I'm going to hide these out the way, so hide all the bones. And this is what you should be left with, a really, really nice rotating globe. All right, everyone, so that is that part done. So you can see now how we've...
Wait, why does it look 2D all of a sudden?
The complexity of actually adding bones, and the complexity of moving bones around and things like that. So that is basically that actual part of the course done. So on the next one,
no, there's something wrong.
Fish.
Why does that look 2D? Oh, that was definitely not 2D. Right?
Will be a shorter lesson. We're going to end up to object mode, globe. All right, everyone, so that is that part done. So you can see now how we've brought up the...
Wait, what the fuck did I do? Bro, what did I do?
Alt-G and put it right back to the beginning again. All right, so now now if I grab this, it should move the whole thing. This to weight.
Oh,
like
so.
Oh,
I see what I did wrong. Tab,
come back.
I think. So if I go... All right, first and foremost, let's check... no, not there. Object. No. Object. Weight paint. Look at root bone. Okay, first and foremost, let's make sure that root bone doesn't have... We're gonna remove it. There we go. There we go. And then we assign it. And I think that's where my problem was. Weight paint. Sec. Remove. Alright, weight paint. There we go. There we go. I think that's... Oh. Yay! It's not 2D anymore! Look at us go! We're so smart, chat. We're the smartest. Okay. Okay, I like it. I like it. It works. It works. And I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. All right, I'm gonna be right back really quick. I am
back to my pose mode, so I'm gonna grab my bone.
I just realized we're not playing music. All right. Last Size of the Wind, really good, really good. Best of the End of the Ocean. Who's the end of... What is the end of the ocean? Okay, I'm liking it. Yeah, that's chill. The End of the Ocean and the Last Size of Wind. Are they the same people? I swear, because that's oddly specific. Anyway, I'm gonna need to get up because, well, I've been sitting on my ankles for an hour, and that's just, you don't want to do that. That being said, I will be back in about 5 minutes because I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay. I am back. Hopefully everybody has stayed. If not, that's okay too, because, well, I mean, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you to do things. What I can tell you is trust me on the sunscreen. If you're too young for that, sorry, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I am smelling like the roses somebody gave me on my birthday deathbed. That's all I know. We get to animate a fish. Animate fish. Heck yeah. Let's figure it out. Oh, Lord. There we go. Is it a flying fish? We get to animate flying fishes. All right. Let's find the button.
So on the next one, what we're going to look at is our animated fish. This will be a shorter lesson. We're going to end it here because that one is a little bit different from all the stuff we've been doing before. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
I wonder if this is like going to be Bendy Bones. I can only imagine it'd be Bendy Bones, right? Yay. Sen, yes, it went well. I'm okay. Let's continue on. Let's learn. Let's learn to aminate. Let's learn to aminals.
Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation. So we finished up on our globe, and the next one we're going to come to is our animated fish. So let's close that out and let's bring in our animated fish. Now within this scene you can see that we have some water, we have our beautiful base and some stonework and things like that, and we've also got some lilies and things just to make a really nice scene. Alright, so what we want to do is we basically want this fish to be in this part of the pond and swimming around, and we want it to be swimming in a natural way. So you could use this on you know, any fish kind of things that you have. You can use it on certain types of animals. You can use these techniques for even birds and things that are flying around, or even butterflies.
Cool. We can learn.
The first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring in a curve and set that up for me. So the first thing,
I knew it. I knew we were going to add probably
a circle.
Okay.
And I'm going to press 7. I'm going to go over the top, and I'm just going to first of all position my circle exactly where I want it.
Knew it. This will go a curve circle. To be fair, I didn't expect the it to be a circle. I thought it was going to be a brazier.
We can move this up and down once we've actually got our fish in there, but I think something like that depth is about right. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press tab. I'm going to press A to make sure I've grabbed all of these actual vertices here. I'm going to right click, and then what I'm going to do is subdivide. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull these over. This is basically going to be the path for our fish. So what I'm going to come in, grab this vert here, and while I'm over the top, so I'll press 7 to go over the top, I'm going to press G, and you'll find then that you should be able to move that out in a nice, smooth, actual way. So we're going to move it out over to here. And what you don't want to have happen with when any fish is like swimming around or anything like that, you really don't want it to have too much of a gradient, so you don't want it to be really, really sharp. So you can see this one here, it's a little bit sharp, so I'm going to actually try and smooth it off. Now if you're having problems smoothing it off, like so, just come in, grab both the vertices that you want to,
okay,
and smooth it off. Now if you have too much of a gradient, so you don't want it out over to here, and what you don't want to have to be able to move that out.
But why proportional editing seems weird, right?
Actual way. So we're going to move it out over to here, and what you don't want to have happen with when any fish is like swimming around or anything like that, you really don't want it to have too much of a gradient, so you don't want it to be really, really sharp. So you can see this one here, it's a little bit sharp, so I'm going to actually try and smooth it off. Now, if you're having problems smoothing it off, like so, just come in, grab both the vertices that you want to, where you want it smoothing off, right click and click subdivide, and then what you can do is you can come in then and just smooth that off a little bit like so. So now you can see it's a really, really nice curve. It's going under the actual lily pads and things like that. Alright, so that's the actual curve actually done, ready for our fish to follow that.
Alright, so let's go there.
And now what we're going to do is we're going to actually come to our fish and we're going to add in a displacement, because with displacement you actually can animate things like fire or fish or birds or moths and things like that. We can actually use the displacement to actually animate something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come
no, I
to
do not want to.
little
No, I do.
spanner here, add in a modifier, and we're going to use displace like so. Alright, and you'll see at the moment it's made him kind of weird, but don't worry because we're going to fix that. So next of all, what we want to do is I want to put it onto...
I need to find displacement first. Don't do this to me. I rarely ever use displacement. There it is. Haha. My poor fish. My poor fishy fish. Oh Lord, no. Oh, look at him. He big boy now. I love him. I love it. Oh, my poor fish.
Do new. And then what I want to do is rename this. So I want to call it Fish Swim Large. Now, the reason I'm calling it large is because you can actually you can stack displacement. So in other words, you can have like large movements within the fish, but then you could also have very tiny, fast movements within the fish. It all depends really what you want. So as long as you've named this fish large, when we come to our texture map, which is over here, you will see that we've got fish large. If we bring in another displacement.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Why is yours like all crunched in? Mine's all Pac-Man. I fear for our society, really.
And so if we add in another displacement and call that something else, it will appear in here. So you can actually alter them both. You can see at the moment we've got a flame in there. Don't worry about that. So now what I want to do is I want to put this onto clouds. So we're looking for the one that says clouds, and you'll see it goes like that. And the reason is because the scale of this at the moment is way, way too small. So this displacement is actually working kind of going on the black and white within this actual image.
Right.
If I turn this up to something like 1.66, you will see now that our fish is not looking right, but he's looking certainly better than what he did do before. Now the reason he looks more like a guppy than a fish, or which is a fish but a much smaller fish, is because we need to change the coordinates. If we put the coordinates on global instead, and let's set the direction something like Y, now you'll see we've got our fish back. So what did we actually do there? Well now, if we actually drag him along,
not really though.
That there's a very, very tiny movement of him actually swimming side to side. That is exactly what we want. Now, of course, as well, you can mess around with our actual textures, so you might want to try some of these Optiva textures out, but I find for fish especially, cloud seems to be the best one. Now, we are going to go in here and we'll change a few of these up once we actually get this fish in. So the thing is now we need to actually have him swimming around this actual pond here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my fish, and I'm going, in fact, first of all, actually, I'm going to grab the water and I'm going to hide it out of the way. Then I'm going to come in to where my actual path is, or a curve, what we're going to turn into a path, and I just need to make sure that the fish is not actually going to be going through this bit of mud here. So what I'll do is I'll grab it.
Oh, don't do that. Ah, damn it. Oh well, not at the end of the world. All right, so grab this. We're like, bam. Don't want that. Don't want this. Mayhaps a little of that. Little. Oh, not a little of that. No. Let's make it look a little more. I don't know. Natural, right? looks better. I think that looks a little better. That looks more fishy. Fish. Fish adjacent anyway, in terms of paths. Too close to the sides. There we go. But that looks more like a fishy path. I like it. I like it. It works.
He's up to the textures out, but I find the fish is swimming around this actual pond here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to grab my fish, and I'm going. In fact, first of all, actually, I'm going to grab the water and I'm going to hide it out of the way. Then I'm going to come in to where my actual path is, or a curve, what we're going to turn into a path, and I just need to make sure that the fish is not actually going to be going through this bit of mud here. So what I'll do is I'll grab it,
makes sense,
press 7 to go over the top, and then I'll press G, and I'll just move it out there, so it's not going to actually go through there. I'm just making sure that I'm happy with it. And
that
then
looks like
once
a
I'm
fishy
happy
path.
with it now, if you come over to the right hand side, you will see that you have the curve option, but if you scroll down, you'll actually see that you've got one that says path animation. Now at the moment you can see that this is over so many frames, so 100 frames. In other words, if we put a point on here, it would go around this, and you can see that this is over, see that, yep, just making sure that I'm happy with it.
Yes.
And then once I'm happy with it now, if you come over to the right hand side, you will see that you have the curve option, but if you scroll down, you'll actually see that you've got one that says path animation. Now at the moment you can see that this is over so many frames, so 100 frames. In other words, if we put a point on here, it would go around this in 100 frames. So we want this higher, so let's put it on something like 300, and let's also set the end value of our actual time frame to 300 as well to match up like so. Now we want to put our fish against this, so I'm going to grab this, I'm going to grab the actual path, pressing Ctrl P, and we have one that says follow path. The moment you click that on, you will see that you have a line now to your actual fish, and if I press space bar,
yes, I see it right here,
that the fish is trying to follow it. Albeit it's in the wrong way, it doesn't look like it's doing anything right now. Now what we need to do now is we need to put this back to 1, and we need to reset this fish to here. So I'm going to come into my actual curve, I'm going to grab this point here, I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my fish,
damn it, no,
Shift S, and I'm going to pick selection to cursor. And now our fish,
alright, first and foremost, what are we doing?
We need to reset this fish to here. So I'm going to come into my actual curve, I'm going to grab this point here, I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my fish, and I'm going to press Shift S, and I'm going to pick selection to cursor. And now our fish should follow this around. Now we have a few problems here. First of all, he's going to be going the wrong way, so we need to spin him round. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and now line him up with the actual curve. So if I press Alt and Z, let's line him up with the curve like so. And now when we press spacebar,
all right, yeah, let's go. Let's rotate you. Get rotated, nerd. Get a load of this guy. Okay. Ew. Looks like, I mean, I guess if we're not looking at it above, it looks rightish. It looks fake. It looks fake as fuck. Don't like fake things. Fake things are for fake people, and we're not fake here. Not in this court. Not in this court. Not in...
We can see that it's following that curve. So, and he's actually swimming around, as you can see. If I double tap the A now, you can see it's kind of got that beautiful fish movement as he goes around. Now the thing is, when you're doing something like this, it's sometimes a bit better if you make him a little bit smaller, because then the actual turns aren't as obvious. As you can see now, he's swimming in a much better way. But you can see why I was reluctant as well to make it such a sharp turn, because you really don't want sharp turns with this. Now then, let's discuss what we can actually do to, make him swim a little bit more. So first of all, we can come down to our actual strength of our displacement. If we put this on, let's say something like 50, you'll see that it's really crazy. But if we only put it up slightly, so 1.2, something like that, it does make the actual action of the fish much more. And now you can see it swimming around. Now the
Yeah,
other thing is, I think actually
yours
with
looks
this,
like-
I need him swimming a little bit slower. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to my curve. I'm going to go over to my curve options, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on 400, and then what I'm going to do is change the timeline to also be on 400, and now you'll see he's swimming much slower and he's looking a lot more realistic. Now the other thing is that we can do is we can grab our fish, I can press shift in,
Okay, yeah.
I can make him much smaller, this fish, make sure he's relatively close, like so, like something like that, and then what I can do is I can come over back to my modifiers tab, and I can change this to, let's say, 1.4, something like that. And then what I can do is now, if I press spacebar, you'll see that these fish, although they actually follow each other, they actually move in a different way. So this one will be moving more, because if we click on this fish, you'll see this is still set at 1.2, and this fish is set at 1.4. Again, the only thing you can't do though is the actual texture. The moment you change this texture, it will change. So if I put this on 0.1, it will change both of them. As you can see, now they're both actually moving in that certain way. Now the other thing is you need to be careful that you don't set this too high so you're not getting a lot of movement or anything like that. Now if we bring back our water, so if I press Alt H, in fact I will go in and just hide this out of the way. So if I press H, hide it out of the way, and now we can look at our fish swimming around our actual pond, and you can see now they look pretty realistic, and obviously you can have a shoal of fish as well in there or something like that. Alright, so that's a really easy way of animating fish.
Yeah, with the water,
displacement. So we've
it
learned
actually
another
does
way
look
of
like
actually
it's
something based on an actual curve which we turn into a path, and
that's-
also
that's-
based on displacement. So you can see now it's a real part of
Okay,
the
so
kit
I think
of
there's
the
just a
whole,
little problem up
kind of
here.
Blender animations. Alright, I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one, everyone. Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
Yeah, because that curve is too much, too much. Much too much, but that's okay. We're not gonna worry about it. We've learned our lesson on that one, which means we'll learn our lesson on this one.
Welcome back everyone to the ultimate guide to Blender 3 rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off with our fish that's now done. So
Don't know
we
why-
can close that one down, and let's open up the next one, which is called Morphin. Now what we want to do with this one is we actually want to take these cute little guys and actually turn them from one to the other, so into a furball and then into a sheep, from a sheep to a furball to an actual rabbit. So that's the idea here, and this actually then will give you the skills
So
to actually
the
go
shape
ahead
key thing,
and
right?
modify things like barrels into crates or whatever, wherever your imagination might take you.
This,
Alright,
yeah,
so the
this
first
is
thing
so
we
we're
want
gonna be
to do
doing
then
shape keys again.
is just go through actually the shaders. So if we come over to the shading panel,
Why do
the
we want to
issue
start with
what you're
shader
gonna have
first?
with these is you need to make sure that your shader is set up correctly. Now, if you look at this, it might look complicated, but as soon as I go through, you'll actually understand what it is. It's basically just 4 shaders brought into a
see
mixed shader. So these two are mixed shaders. One is the bunny and the sheep. So what that allows us to
There it
do
is.
swap between them. So for instance, if I come to this one and bring this up, you'll see it actually changes over to the sheep. What this allows us to do then is, as we're morphing, we're also able to change the textures on the fly at the same time, because you can actually animate textures as well. So now that's explained, we will be coming and covering this a lot more once we've activated the sheep. What this allows us to do then is the sheep. So what that allows us to do is,
But
now, if you look at this, it might look complicated.
But I wanna-
as
I
soon
wanna
as
look
go
at
through, you'll
how you
actually
did
understand
this.
what it is. It's basically just 4 shaders
because
brought
me
into
changing
a mixed shader. So these
bunny
two are
to
mixed
sheep
shaders.
didn't
One
really-
is the bunny and the sheep.
really
so
work.
what that allows us to do is swap between them. So for instance, if I come to this
Oh,
one,
you didn't
and bring
even
this up,
show it
you'll
off.
see
Oh, yeah,
actually changes
you did.
over to the sheep.
It looks
What this
terrifying.
allows us to do then is, as we're morphing, we're also able to change the textures on the fly at the same
Terrifying.
time, because you can actually animate textures as well. So now that's explained, we will be coming and covering this a lot more once we've actually finished the morphing. But for now, let's actually do the morphing. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a sphere. I'm going to make sure that each of these has the orientation in the center, which yours should. I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and then I'm going to press Shift A can bring in a UV sphere. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, like so. And what I'm also going to do with this UV sphere is I'm going to actually subdivide it. So I'm going to come over to my modifiers tab. I'm going to come down to where it says subdivision. I'm going to bring it up 1, 2, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control A just to actually apply that subdivision on there. And then I'm going to right click and shade smooth. Alright, over to my modifiers tab. I'm going to come down to where it says subdivision. I'm going to bring it up 1, 2, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control A just to actually apply that subdivision on there. And then I'm going to right click and shade smooth. Alright, so for now, we've actually got a sphere in, and we've got our rabbit, and we've got our sheep. So now let's actually come in and think about morphing them. The first thing I want to do though,
It's
is actually
morphin'
bring
time.
our sheep over to our rabbit. So while we've got this cursor here, I'm just going to press Shift S, hit selection cursor, and there we go. We've got our sheep over there as well. I'm just going to pull him down just a little bit, just so he fits a little bit there within there as well. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to join the sheep and the rabbit together, just so it fits as well. I'm just selection cursor, and there we go. We've got our sheep over there as well. I'm just going to pull him down just a little bit, just so it fits a little bit there within there as well. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to join the sheep and the rabbit together, but I'm going to grab the sheep first, then the rabbit, because that actually has the right material on, and then I'm just going to press Ctrl J like so. Now I'm just going to come over.
We do.
In fact, I won't do that, but I need to actually take off this bottom actual material, because we only want one material on here, because then that will make it much easier for us to work with. Alright, now I want to, because then that will...
You're going a little fast for me, buddy. I'm not going to lie.
One material as well. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to join the sheep and the rabbit together, but I'm going to grab the sheep first, then the rabbit, because that actually has the right material on, and then I'm just going to press Ctrl J like so.
Yeah, which
now
we did.
I'm just going to come over. In fact, I won't do that, but I need to actually take off this bottom actual material, because we only want one material on here, because then that will make it much easier for us to work with. Alright, now what we want to do is we want to come over, now we've joined them all, come to our modifiers tab, and what we're going to do is going to add in a shrink wrap. So come down to where it says shrink wrap, bring that in, and the target wants to be this actual sphere. So the moment I click on the sphere, you'll see what happens. Everything disappears. Now if I hide the sphere, you'll see, oops, I didn't hide the sphere. Let me just grab the sphere. If I hide it out of the way, here is our actual sheep and our bunny turned into an actual ball, which looks kind of cool. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on my
I hit
sheep
the wrong
and my
thing.
bunny, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over, click this little down arrow, and what you want to do is you want to apply it as an actual shape key. So apply a shape key. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Alt H, and you want to apply it as an actual shape. You want to put this little down over, this little my sheep and my bunny, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over, click this little down arrow, and what you want to do is you want to apply it as an actual shape key. So apply a shape key. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Alt H, and I'm actually, you can see that we've got this line appeared here, and the reason for that is because it's a bezier and it wants putting in with our animated fish. Like so.
Yeah, I already did that. I remembered to do something about that.
Actually delete it. We don't actually need it anymore, and you will now be able to come to your sheep and rabbit and come down to where this is here, so this shape key here, and then what you should be able to do now is if I scroll down, you can see I've clicked on my shrink wrap, so you'll have this.
Oh, you're making me confused, but that's okay. We got this. We got this, boys.
Come to your sheep and rabbit and come down to where
the shape key
here,
is.
so this shape key here, and then what you should be able to do now is if I scroll down, you can see I've clicked on my shrink wrap, so you'll have the shrink wrap in with your shape keys. The moment I bring this up, you can see that they both actually start turning into a lovely sphere. Now what I want to do is I want to add another couple of shape keys. So the first one I'm going to add in is plus. I'm going to call this rabbit or bunny, whichever one you want to call it, like so. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press tab, come to my rabbit, which his ears are here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it.
I'm going to call it Bun Abbott. There we go.
Tab, come to my rabbit, which his ears are here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make him really small without proportional editing on, really small, so he disappears into the actual sheep. I'm also going to pull him back a little bit, So he's actually really in there, so we can't actually see him at all. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press tab, and you'll see he actually appears. The moment then I put this up, you'll see he actually disappears and reappears like so. Okay, so now we're going to click on one more, and you guessed it.
Wait.
We're going to call this one sheep.
How did I screw that up?
And we're going to do the same thing with this guy, and reappears like so.
I
Really
need
in
to.
there, so we can't actually see him at all. Then what I'm going to
Okay.
do is I'm going to press tab, and you'll see he actually appears. The moment then I put this up, you'll see he actually disappears. And reappears
Okay.
like so. Okay, so now we're going to click on one more, and you guessed it, we're going to call this one sheep. And we're going to do the same thing with this guy. So I'm going to grab the sheep this time, I'm going to press S, pull him in, like so, really small, and then what I'm going to do is...
Okay. Yeah. I see it. You know, but you want me to call them sheep? Nah. Calling them Lambo First Blood. Tap, go to edit mode. Go sheep is super small. Just so small. Like the smallest guy. What? Did you? Eto ne? Give me a sec. Ah, that's my problem. Shit. That's okay. It means we... Vacane, hi, how are you doing? I screwed up because sheep is, not in... You know, smiling, grinning, keeping the faith. You know how it is. Trying to hold on for one more day, as they say. Learning to animate. Yes. Yeah. So I learned a little bit about... Well, here, let me hide that. So we've done a couple of different things. We've worked with multiple bones. So we got this bad boy, but it's only up to like 300. So, yeah, let's... You know... we've done a couple of different things. So for the stream, we started with a shape key of making a pumpkin. You know, and does a nice little grow. And then my color theory is a little off, but that's okay. You know, did that. We animated a fish. Well, sort of animated a fish. We have it following a path, and we're using the cloud displacement to kind of simulate movement. The problem here is that right there is a little too sharp. That I didn't nice. No, it's hard. Hell, modeling is difficult. I'm still learning modeling, but like I've come to the part where I'm just like, you know, I need to do something a little bit different right now. Yeah, like right up here. It is way too sharp. That turn is way too sharp, and I need to fix that if I really cared enough for it. But the fact that I could see that this is too sharp is a good thing. Oh, really? How long you been doing the arts? But yeah. Oh, before anything, I'm gonna hit. Do I want to hit save? Oh, the mata. Because, I mean, technically
So you're going to pull him back into place, so he's actually in our rabbit, so you can't see the sheep or...
You know what, but we'll just steal. That's good. Yeah, I wanted to, like... So I wanted to learn Blender back in, when Astral Chain came out. I saw Astral Chain and I'm like, oh my lord, this is what I want to do. This cool shit is super what I want to do. And of course, you know, that was in 2019. I really haven't had the time to really sit down, and it sucks. And these art streams are really weird for me just because, how do I say it? Like, you know, I don't want to sound like I get really... I did not. No. So my character I mean, like the design. I didn't make my model. I did not make my model. Of course, I designed N to be, you know, as much as I want him to. But let's clear things out. And of course, oh hey, look, you get to look at my Biko bots and all that. So the artist that made my 3D model is Hask at HaskSoft on Twitter. Very good person. Yeah, God, that's still one of the things I really need to do is learn how to is do character art. I mean, that's my ultimate goal, right? Is to make characters, you know, like there is no Oh, I don't doubt. I'm just learning a lot of different things already. You know, let me show you what I was currently working on. Yeah, we'll save that. So this is what I was working on, and then I was like, you know, fuck. So this is the only thing. This is currently the only rock that I really worked on. Everything else is still a work in progress. I'm really happy with how I did the ground. It looks really good, and to me, anyway. To me, I like how it looks. It looks like actual ground. But then, you know, I was like, I'm also, you know, I shared it with my mother, and she's like, "Oh, the ground looks great. The stone looks terrible. How dare you?" And I'm like, I don't even know how to draw, girl. Like, I thought I did a damn good job with at least the stone. The ground, I think, is probably going to be my magnum opus. All right, let's open recent. I'm not saving that. Ooh, anime characters. Did you go through like Yan sculpt? Because I did buy a character design course from Yan, and because I do like the way he makes his characters. They're pretty fucking cool looking, right? The only problem is I kind of want to, and this sounds really stupid. I kind of really do want to learn it, like from making self-taught. Oh, I don't think I know Sanzo. I could probably look at it though. Sanzo. S-O-N-Z-O videos. Let's see what kind of art Sanzo does. So that way I can be like, oh yeah, this is definitely. Oh, those are cute as fuck! Holy shit! Yo, those models are nice. Those models are really, really nice. Like, I can understand 100%. So like, yeah, that's the thing is like, I kind of want to make character models from like an actual cube. Not that I'm not good at sculpting. I'm decent at sculpting, but I'm not going to put on airs and say that, you know, I'm this, you know, savant. But sculpting felt like, as soon as I picked up sculpting, it felt right. I'm like, but what if I, you know, but I want to do it with like taking a cube and dissecting it and doing all this stuff. I don't know why I have this urge to do it that way. Even though, again, sculpting, like, it felt right to me. It felt great. Everything really flowed. But like, no, I need to have the cube. I need it. All right. That's amazing. I like it. Good. I feel like that helps with anatomy too, honestly. Like, the only problem I really have with a lot of, like, artists pay tutorials or not is that they don't explain why you do a lot of things. You know, like, hey, okay, we make a root bone. Okay, why do we need the root bone? You just have a root bone. But I want to know, why do we need the root bone? What is its actual purpose? Oh, really? That's it? I mean, like, so the long and short of it is we have a root bone because Unreal needs it for reasons that is only known to Epic and God. That's fair. That I appreciate that you've told me that, though, because that was gonna drive me nuts. Like, why? What is the damn point of this thing? Oh yeah. Oh, speaking of modeling and shit like that, you know, because I needed for any root motion animation. Okay, so not 100% sure what root motion animation is. Like, is it just that? I guess everything is based on. And you okay? I shall Google that because I am very. Stop turning on the damn keyboard light. I don't like that. Root motion animation. Root motion animation is a type of animation that allows a game object to move with the motion clip without coding. It is based on animation from the root bone of a skeleton and allows the animator to control the distance covered in motion relative to the animated movement. Okay, so this thing is essentially like your, more or less your measuring tool, like, in a way. Because of the root animation, you can kind of just tweak how far you make something go without having to tweak the animation itself, more or less. And that might be an oversimplistic view of what I have here, but like, okay, that, man. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I completely forgot to mention that. It's really nice to know these things, not for any particular reason other than like, oh, this is why. You know, like, it's probably not going to affect my everyday life. Yeah. So back to modeling and everything like that. 12 animation per second, reduce it to 4 using less code. Link. That's cool. Okay. So it's an efficiency thing, and like, in multiple different ways, it's an efficiency thing. Cool. So like, I've been trying to learn how to do, or not really learn how to, but like, you know, I found out that a couple of games lets you swap models, and it is the most fucking insane thing ever, and I still have no idea. I'm just like, what does this even mean? And good luck ever trying to, like, import your own model into Unreal. An Unreal game, like Jedi Order. That just... No tutorial in the world is going to help you with that. I mean, it does help you, but, you know. I haven't spent the 12 hours it will take to learn how to do that. But I was like, okay, well, you know, let's learn animation, right? Let's just learn how to do animation, because I feel like that's gonna help me if I ever want to switch out and actually like put my 3D model in for whatever character I'm actually playing. All right, cool. So I am lost. What am I doing? All right, right. We're doing a morph.
Is if I scroll down, you can see I've clicked on my shrink wrap. So you'll have the shrink wrap in with the shape.
We've already done that. Now
what I want to do is come to my rabbit, which his ears are here,
done.
like so.
Done you.
So he's actually in our rabbit, in like so, really small. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it back into place, so he's actually in our rabbit. So you can't see the sheep or the rabbit. The moment I actually click the tab button again, you'll see he appears and then he disappears like so. All right, so now we're ready to actually start animating this. So if I come over,
let's go.
We can actually start with there.
It's morphin'
Let's
time.
actually bring down our
Actually,
sheep. So
speaking of morphin' time,
Boost up for Buster.
Go Busters was probably my favorite Super Sentai, and like it never came to America, I don't think, as a Power Rangers. So whatever. Oh, thank you so much. I will grab a Watsa. Thank you so much for the drink ups.
So I'm going to come to our sheep. I'm going to bring him all the way in like so.
Okay,
and then
great.
what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make basically a keyframe for each of these. So if I come to this, I can value this. I can value it over here. And all I'm doing is pressing the I button down all of these. Now, at the moment, we've got it over 400, which is fine. We will shorten it down as we go on. But the first one I'm going to do is 100. Now, what I want him to do is I want him to
100.
turn into a furball and then swap with the sheep and turn into the sheep. So that's what we're trying to do here. So what I need to do is I need to come to the shrink wrap and I need to bring that down, up like so. And then I need to come to my sheep and I need to bring him down.
Yeah,
like
that makes
so. And
sense.
you should end up with something like this, which is a mixture of the rabbit and the actual sheep. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to press I, and I on all of those. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the 200. Like so. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this back into the sheep. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up like so.
I want to bring that
not
down.
Sheep, sorry, I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to bring the shrink wrap down. So the shrink wrap down like so. And then the rabbit I'm also going to bring up like so. And now I should be able to press I, and I. Now let's see what that actually looks like so we can see what's morphing. The rabbit to the sheep. All right, so I hope you're happy with that because it's pretty nice. But we can.
But
do
why
better
was
than
I
that. So
green?
what we're gonna
Why
do
did I have
now
some greens
is
in
the
there?
other way. So we're gonna morph him
Wait, was yours showing green?
like so. And now I should be able to press I, and I. Now let's see what that actually looks like so we can see what's morphing. The rabbit to the
So his doesn't
All right,
have a
so-
random green in there. Why does mine have a random green? It's like, yeah, it does that, and then like green for no reason. What the hell? Thanks, I hate it. Why? Why? Okay, you know, reasons, I guess. Reasons.
Well, I hope you're happy with that because it's pretty nice, but we can do better than that. So what
I mean,
we're going to
yeah.
do now is the other way. So we're going to morph him back into a rabbit. Now, I'm not sure. I think we might be able to grab this one and bring it up. So let's see if we can actually bring that up and put it on 300. Let's just have a look what that does.
Oh, right.
I think
Shift
that'll
D does
work.
it.
And
Does
then I
a
just
thing.
need to morph him back into the rabbit. So now if I bring this one, press Shift D, bring it all the way up to 400, should then morph back into the rabbit, like so.
Yes. All right, but I need to fuck with that because that's that is not exactly on frame 300 now, is it? Is it on? I guess that's officially frame 300. We're gonna say it that's officially frame 300. I don't care. At that point, we're just going with it. All right. Woo! Whoosh. Whoosh. I don't know where I would necessarily use a morph though. Where's the flash of green? It's perfectly fine this way. It's actually perfectly fine this way. What the? What even is what is reality? Oh. You know, sometimes it just be like that. Christ. Yeah, no weird artifacting this way. Okay.
So we've got rabbit.
Okay. I don't know where one would necessarily want to use a morph.
Sheep.
Like, if I'm being
There we go.
honest,
Really, really nice.
it's a nifty
Happy with
little
that. But one thing I
thing.
do need to do now is I need to go in now and alter the basic textures of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on 1 again. I'm going to go to my shading panel now. I'm going to open that up. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to delete this actual material off, because this was just really to show you what the sheep should look like. So if I minus this off now, we should just be left with this. Alright, so
Okay.
you can see on mine, I've got my timeline over here. If you've not got your timeline on here, just click on here and put it on your actual timeline, like so. And then what you can do is you can lift this up if you needed to, if you need to view what you're looking at. I don't think I actually need that up so far, so I'm just going to pull it down. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit to it. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to put this basically, well, first of all, we want to make this smaller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab them all with A. I'm going to bring them down to around about 200, I think, something around 200. So I'm just going to zoom in, make sure that these are on 200. So if I press S and pull them out, and there you go. So now I can actually set the end to 200, and now you'll find that much should be much quicker, like so. All right, this just to make it a little bit easier for us. So what I'm going to do now is, at the moment, I'm going to keep
look at that.
this
Are we sure that
on
that's okay?
basically like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to go to each of these. So I've got these facts here. So I'm going to press I, and I, and then I'm going to come back to, I think I'm going to leave that on there. I'm going to put it on 1 again. I'm going to press I, and I. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the 50 mark. So just back 1. And I want to change it basically to the furball of the sheep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this one up. There you go. There's our sheep. Now I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one as is. Yeah, that's the sheep. So I'm going to bring it all the way up like so. Then I'm going to press I. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to 55. Like so. And what I want to do is I want to basically have my sheep.
I feel like this guy's going a little fast for me. I'm just like, okay, let me kind of piece this together. I need to figure out what the hell we're doing.
Basically to the furball of the sheep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this one up. There you go. There's our sheep. And I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one as is. Yeah, that's the sheep. So I'm going to bring it all the way up like so. Then I'm going to press I.
What happened to my 45? Did I accidentally delete it? I should not have deleted it. Must have, though.
Up. And then I'm going to come back to, I'm going to leave that on there. It'll be easier for us. So what I'm going to do now is, at the moment, I'm going to keep this on basically like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to go to each of these. So I've got these facts here. So I'm going to press I, and I.
Yeah, and
And then
that's
I'm going
all
to come
set in stone.
back to. I'm going to leave that on there. I'm going to put it on 1 again. I'm going to press I, and I. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the 50 mark. So just back 1. And I want to change it basically to the furball of the sheep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this one up. There you go. There's our sheep.
Yeah, that go faster because one got it right. Right. Oh God. God, that like when I was learning Japanese, yeah, they went to the speed of the fastest person, and I'm like, I get it, but at the same time, I'm an idiot, and you know, I don't realize what you're trying to say to me. First and foremost, you can't start off like with an actual Japanese conversation when I don't know the fucking basics. And this is the basics course. What are you doing?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm going to leave that one as is. Yeah, that's the sheep. So I'm going to bring it all the way up like so. And then I'm going to press I, and I. And then one going to...
Okay, yeah, we're there.
Now is I'm going to go to 55. Like so. And what I want to do is I want to basically have my sheep in there. So I want this down at... Let's have a look. I want it on... I'm thinking I want it on that. That's what I want it on. And then I want to turn that up to the actual sheep. Yeah, that's how I want it. So I, and I. Now, let's see what that actually looks like in real time. So it should start turning into the sheep, like so. And now...
Okay. So in this case, they're just basically like, you kind of want to fuck with it. And that's what... At this point, yeah, and I get it here with like nodes because I still haven't learned a damn thing about nodes like at all. I mean, I did and I don't. Like I get mixing nodes and kind of how you use them, but at the same time, it's just like people just like go. Just put these nodes together. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, fair enough, I suppose.
Now we want to turn it back into the actual rabbit. So on here, it's absolutely fine. We don't need to change anything at all on here because we're already at the sheep. So now what we want to do is we want to come to 145 and basically just swap them over. So yeah. 145, and what I want to do at this point is click I, and then 150. I'm going to put this on 150. I basically want to turn it the other way now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, first of all, put this to the furball. I'm going to bring this furball down to blue then, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click I, and then finally I'm going to go to 155, and I basically want to turn this from the furball to the rabbit, so I'm going to click that up, click that down, I, like so, and now we should...
This still feels like magic to me because like I don't know where the interpretation comes in, where they're like, yeah, we'll do it this way.
Nice way of actually morphing things. I'm just going to check actually and see if I grab them all, right click and put it onto Bezier. Just want to see if actually that makes any difference. So I'm just going to see.
Wait, un momento, por favor. Wait a minute, that doesn't feel right, or was it right? Okay, so we're going there. We go back. Boom. No, okay, I guess that looks right. Huh. Is it though? Is it like... Yeah, I guess so. It's one of those things that like there's something that's catching my eye and I'm not sure what.
It makes it a bit smoother.
Right there. Right there. I see you. You go from green to white. See. Now how do I fix that? That's a good question. That's the $1 million question right there. Oh well. Here, let's do interpolation, brassiere. Okay, guess that works.
Okay, so I'm going to actually try and put it onto linear. Yeah, that's definitely altered it, so I just want to see if that's actually smoother. Yeah, I'm not sure which one I like best, but either way, they're still pretty nice. Alright, so
No,
basically
I mean,
that
it's kinda
covers
cool,
the
it's
whole
kinda
of
cool,
the
but
actual morphing.
still,
So
I
I'm
have
just
no
gonna set
idea
this
where,
back to
like,
once, so it just looks nice when we actually open it. And
morphing
then
for
I'm
what I
looking
would
now-
do with it. If I'm being completely honest, I don't think there's anything that I would necessarily be like, yeah, no, this is 100% a thing that I want to do for any reason. Cherry drink.
is we'll close that down, and on the next one we're actually going to be working on tank tracks. So I
Gosh
hope you
damn right
enjoyed
we
that.
are.
I hope you got a lot out of it, and I'll see you on the next one, everyone. Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
You can't give me a tank track without where the tank be at. Ask me later. Oh, there.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender. 3D
There it
rigging and
is,
animation.
question
And
mark.
that's where we left it off. Now let's close the morphing down and come to our tank tracks, and you'll see that when you open
Yeah,
up this
okay,
one,
that's
we've got
intentional.
all of our terrain here where we're going to make our tank tracks go over. This was done.
This is actually the thing that I'm kind of interested in because clearly this is not smooth. So let's see how we make it simple.
It's important how bumpy you actually have this, because that then will have an effect on how much your tank tracks actually do dig into the sand or whatever terrain you're looking at, because of course it's based on vertices. So in other words, this is trying to stick to this terrain. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm just going to show you how that works. So if we come to our actual wheel here, so we've got tank tracks going around here. So if we come to this wheel, I'm just going to press Shift D and just bring it out a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just now coming to show you that this point here is very important. So you need to have your orientation down the bottom. The way you do that is you just press Tab, you go underneath it, grab the edge there, and then all you would do is Shift S, goes to selected, and then you just right click, set origin to 3D cursor. So then you can set that there. All right, so how do we do it? Well, what we do is we come to our actual wheel. We're going to come to over here, and you'll see one that's constraints, add object constraint. And the one you're going to put on is a shrink wrap, and the actual target is of course going to be our actual terrain.
Oh, wrong one.
And then underneath it, grab the edge there. Like that? Wheel. I'm just going to press Shift D. Very important. So you
I always forget how to
your orientation
fuck with the origin.
The way you do that is you just press Tab, you go underneath it, grab the edge there, and then all you would do is Shift S, goes to selected, and then you just right click,
Right.
set origin to 3D cursor. So then you can set that there. Alright, so how do we do it? Well, what we do is we come to our actual wheel. We're going to come to over here and you'll see one that's constraints. Add object constraint. The one you're going to put on is a shrink wrap.
Whoops, wrong button.
And
Set origin. There we go. Yay, we did it. And chug some wine. Unfortunately, I'm not funny at the drop of a hat. I'm more situationally funny. Though probably one of the funniest pickup lines I've ever heard was, "Damn girl, I'm jealous of your heart because it's pumping inside you and I'm not." And that just fucking makes me laugh every fucking time I hear it.
Nice.
Why? Thank you. I work hard on it every day. Make sure it's nice and polished, you know? Ah. All right. Give me a quick second. I'm actually going to hit the restroom. Thankfully, it's like 10 feet behind me. Well, more than 10 feet, but you know. It's connected directly to my room, so yay. There's a door. I'm not like, oh lord. I just keep digging myself into this hole. Do it. I dare you. I dare you, Crystalline. Hi, how are you doing? Sorry, I'm back. It took me a little bit longer just for the simple fact that, you know, when I went to the bathroom, no, I will bite you. Don't think that I won't. The simple realization is when I went to the bathroom, I heard from the toilet the nice little hissing sound of water filling, and I'm like, oh no, do I have a ceiling problem? No, thankfully I don't. It was just, but you're still kind of like on that that worry of, oh shit, did I fuck up? And how long has the toilet been running, really? And let me tell you, that's hopefully wasn't for too long, but man, I hate that. Just would love to have a thing where I don't you know, have a huge water bill. Just saying.
The actual target is, of course, going to be our actual terrain. And then what you want to do is you want to actually change.
By the way, how are you doing, Crystalline? How are you doing on this fine Saturday? If you toss me in the lava pit, I mean, I could. I could. You know, the only problem I have with that is that it is to appease a god, and the only god that it needs to be appeased is me. All right, Shrink Wrap. Where are you, Shrink Wrap? Think I would know. You think I would know, but no.
Nearest surface point and change it to target normal project. And the reason I change that is because then I have actually some control. So now if I move my wheel out, you will see that if I move my wheel up and down now, like so, you can see here where it's actually going into the sand. So
okay,
press
but where?
dot just to zoom in. Now what you can do is you can
Vobis
is my wheel.
It's mine in the wheel.
Now, like target normal project. And
okay. Un momento, por favor. Okay, so I targeted ground, right. Yeah, let's back up and tell me what to do now.
Add object constraint. The one you're going to put on is a shrink wrap, and
oh, it's an object constraint. It's not. Gotcha. Add shrink wrap. Got it. That explains a lot, actually. Target normal project.
Of course, going to be our actual terrain. And then what you want to do is you want to actually change this where it says nearest surface point and change it to target normal project. And the reason I change that is because then I have actually some control. So now if I move my wheel out, you will see that if I move my wheel up and down now, like so, you can see here where it's actually going into the sand. So if I press dot just to zoom in. So now what you can do is you can actually press tab. You can grab the whole thing.
That's really cool.
I bring the whole thing up now, you'll see that this still won't change. So if I bring it up in edit mode, you'll see that our orientation stays there. The moment I press tab now, it will be up here instead. Now,
yeah, we don't want to do that.
The wheel still tries and follows this, but it's not actually stuck in the ground like that, which means now we can bring this down and actually control how far we actually want that sat on top of the ground. So that's why that's so important.
So wait, I do actually want to
set up. We're happy.
So I do want to do that because it gives us more control. Why are you sad? Don't be sad. No sad. I'm okay. Gotcha games. Well, I used to play Genshin and then Star Rail, and then I kind of got ultimately bored of either of them. They're both pretty good games. It's just, you know, after a while, it's hard. It's hard. So I do want to go into edit mode, and then I select all, make it go up just a smidgen. Is that what you're telling me? Oh, I hate that. I'm sorry. You know, it's really not. Yee, haha. Thank you. Yeah, you're always all welcome here. I like to try to keep, you know, conversations as personal as we can get them. But yeah, no. You know they're just busy. It's not about you being, like intentionally being ignored or anything like that. So don't worry about that, okay? Do it. Do it. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Little did you know, my ankles are all bone. Thus, they are the strongest metal on Earth. That's how that works, right? All right. Let's see. What are we doing? We're going insane. That's what we're doing.
The other thing, of course, to remember is that your tank tracks are going to be underneath here, so you need to give it a little bit of leeway on there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to close this off. I'm going to bring my wheel back then and just put it into place. So now we know how that works. We've got our tank track here, as you can see. So what I'm going to do now is just going to delete this. So I've delete this. You can see now when I click on my wheel, my orientation is there. And all I'm going to do is I'm basically going to make another wheel. So I'm going to press Shift D. And you could make, 5 wheels and have it as a tank track. But what we'll do is we'll make it a little bit. And I'll bring my wheel back then and just put it into place. So now.
Wait, did we just remove the constraint? Is that it?
Close this off.
Okay.
I'm going to bring my wheel back then and just put it into place. So now we know how that works. We've got our tank track here, as you can see. So what I'm going to do now is just going to delete this. So if I delete this, you can see now when I click on my wheel, my orientation is there. And all I'm going to do is I'm basically going to make another wheel. So I'm going to press Shift D. And you could make, 5 wheels and have it as a tank track. But what we'll do is we'll make it a little bit different just to show you how this actually works. So if I press 7 now to go over the top, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press S and Y, bring this in so it's the same size as the other one. And basically you want it
press Sanj and Yasha.
You don't really want a big gap in here, so you don't want this over here or something like that. And the reason is because obviously they wouldn't work. Tank tracks simply have to have something that actually the tank track is able to rest on. So it's very important that we put them relatively close together like so.
Okay.
All right, so I'm not going to join them
down for that.
All I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull them over here, and the reason I'm going to do that is because then if I press 1, I can actually see what I'm doing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and of course it's going to put it in between both of these orientations here, and then I'm going to bring in a curve, and it's going to be a circle. Now I'm going to spin
always
that
a
round,
circle
so
with you.
RX 90, spin it round, and I'm going to lift it up like so. Now the other thing is when I brought a circle in, you will know that this circle will only have 4 points. So if I come to this circle and press the tab button, you can see it's only got 4 points. Now you might want to work with these 4, but what I find is just to grab the whole thing, right click, and then all I'm going to do is subdivide like so. And I find that just much easier to work with. Now what I also find easier to work with first of all is when I grab my circle now, I'm going to bring on proportional editing, and then what I'm going to do is press Shift Space Bar, and then
So long, no, they just don't. You don't deserve it. There's like I hate that. Though to be fair, I will say that I do go and say that stuff about myself, but no. Nobody deserves that kind of treatment, and I'm sure it's more than, it's less than what it is, and because a lot of the times, like, fuck. My friends will never say a damn word to me unless I'm the first one to say hi, and it is annoying. But that's just the people they are, and I don't think it's gonna be.
I'm able to move this into place.
I don't think it's gonna be like as bad as it is, right?
So the first thing I tend to do is I tend to just get this one into place, and then I get this one into place, like so.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like it. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Stop doing that. There we go.
And then I think about how to, kind of move these around. Now what I tend to do is I will come in and just delete these off. So grab both of these vertices, press delete vertices, and you can see already that makes it much easier. Now turn your proportional editing off, and what we can do now is we have a lot more finesse and control over this. So what you want to do is you want to get this as close as possible. Well, not as close as possible. You want to leave a band around there so that your track can actually go in there. All right, then what I'm going to do is pull this one up. I'm going to bring it down then, like so. And you can see now we've got kind of a nice flow. It just wants to probably come up a little bit more so it's got that nice flow. Now let's work on this one as well. So we're going to get a nice flow on this one. You can see that's looking quite nice. And then on this one, what I'll do is I'll just delete it. So if I delete vertices, and now you can see we've nearly got that flat because we want this to be relatively flat because our wheels are relatively flat. So if I grab, let's say this one now and pull this up, you can see now
because flat is justice.
Relatively flat. So I can bring this over like so, and then I can also bring this one up, and there we go. Now we can see we're getting somewhere like so. And let's bring it down a little bit. Let's bring it across. Let's have a look at that. And yeah, that should do. We don't want to, you know, play around with this for too long. So I'm just trying to show you.
I think that looks good.
To actually do this.
All right, I'm gonna hit
so
save
once
real
you've
quick.
got this, we've got basically
Because I have not saved in at least an hour. All the time, and then it was busier later. It doesn't respond. Just get on. No, trust me, I get that. I actually legitimately do get that. I would definitely say that you maybe need to find people that aren't as much flakes, because that is super not okay, you know. There we go. That looks. Oh, that's. Man, it's like I know. Holy shit! It's like I know how to do this or something. I'm like not even. Yeah, that looks like pot, but yeah. Well, that's looking really good, though. It's looking real good. I'm shocked at how well I did that. Edit mode. Let's see. Do I need to maybe extend a little here? There we go. Smidge and smidge more. Yeesh, look at that! Look at
We've
that!
got our circle that our tank tracks are going to follow. So now what we need to do is we need to actually put on. I think actually, yeah, we can bring it over to our actual sand. So I'm just going to bring it over to my sand here. I'm going to press dot again just to zoom in. And then I'm just going to, I think, put it there. What I'm going to do now is, now I've got it all, I'll press Shift S again. I'm going to do cursor to selected like so. And what I'm going to bring in now is an empty. So Shift A, bring in a empty. Now empties, if I press 1, are really, really important because what it enables it to do is it enables things to follow along. So you can actually do a lot of animation.
I do know about empties a little bit.
Actual empty, and it's called an empty because it will not appear in the render. So for these tank tracks, we're going to actually have them. You could have them following a cube even, but it's better to use an empty because then it's invisible to the render and you don't actually have to worry about it. So what we're going to do now is if I grab both of these and I attach them to my empty. So if I grab my empty last, so this empty here, press Ctrl P and come down to Object, and now you can see I've got some lines. Now wherever I move that empty, of course, these actual wheels are going to go along with it. Next of all, what I want to do now is I want to put these wheels down to the...
Wait, am I doing it right? Am I doing that right? You said empty last, right? Or no?
And I attach them to my empty. So if I grab my empty last, so this empty here,
last.
press Ctrl P and come down to Object, and now you can see I've got some lines. Now wherever I move that empty, of course, these actual wheels are going to go along with it. Next of all, what I want to do now is I want to put these wheels down to the actual floor. So the way I'm going to do that, as we've talked about, we'll come to Object Constraint, go to Shrink Wrap, and what we're going to do is we're going to put this down to the last one, which is Target Normal Projection, and then I'm going to put the target onto this actual floor, which is the ground. Same on the other one. Don't worry if your curve's over there, it doesn't really matter because we're going to sort that out in a minute. So Shrink Wrap, one, target, floor, like so. Alright, so now let's pull this circle down. So if I press 1, I want to pull it down. I'm going to press Z just to make sure that I'm round it again. So I'm going to pull it all the way down, like so. Z again, solid,
Hmm. And then we want wire mode. Z. Even though it's Z. Or I need to make that go up a little bit. I think I need to make it go up a little bit. Did I fuck up? I might have fucked up. Oh well.
And there we go. Now that's looking pretty nice. We can bring them down. We've got control over this if we need to, as we know. And now what we want to do is we want to put the circle, first of all, more in the middle. Because you can see these have kind of moved out a little bit. So let's pull this over here, like so. And there you go. Now your circle's more in the middle. Now what you need to do is you need to grab your first wheel. These have kind of moved out a little bit. So let's pull this over here, like so. And there you go. Now your circle's more in the middle.
GY. GY. There we go. Yay, it's all nice and symmetrical. I love it. I love it. But yeah, I mean, like the worst part about like what you're talking about, Crystalline, though, is that life just fucking happens, and it's I miss the days where my friends could just all hang out, but like 90% of the time, the best we could do is just talk on Discord. Hate it. I hate it. I want to, for one, I want to be like independently wealthy, so I don't have to worry about a job anymore. You know. That would be great. Being said, you know.
Now what you need to do is you need to grab your first wheel, grab your actual circle. So we're shift selecting this circle, and then I'm going to press tab. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to attach these 3 points here to my actual wheel. So if I grab these 3 points, so this one down here, and all I'm going to do then is press Control H, and you're going to see one that says hook to selected object. Click that on, and then you're going to press tab, grab your next wheel, grab your actual circle, press tab, and we're going to grab these 2 now. And what we're going to do is exactly the same thing. So Control H, hook to selected objects, like
this is new.
All right, so
can
now
hook to selected object.
If I move this empty, you should see that the actual tank tracks and the wheels all move along independently, like so. That's exactly what we want to do here. All right, so what we'll do then on the next lesson is we'll actually come and
that's kind of
our
cool.
tank tracks actually
that's really fucking cool. What the hell?
Move around together over this terrain. All right, everyone.
Yeah.
So I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot.
Ah,
Bye.
stop doing that. Why are you doing that? GX. No, well, I mean that too, but look at that. Look at it. Sheesh. Sheesh. That's really cool. Now
Welcome back, everyone, to the
here's
Ultimate
the
Guide to
actual
Blender 3D an animation, and this is where we left it off.
Here's
let's
the
now
actual long and short of this BS, right? Is will I be able to remember any of this? Probably not. Probably not. I'd probably have to do this course a couple of times just so that way I'm like, yeah, no, I get it, you know, but sheesh, this is cool. This is super cool though.
Our actual tank tracks. I'm going to move those over like so. We're going to have to mess around with these a little bit. And the other thing I'm going to do is if I press tab, you will see that I have subdivided my tank tracks up. And the reason I've done that is because they're obviously going to be bending around, and if you don't, they're actually going to end up with a lot of stretching, and that might not be something that you
But why
want.
do we have to do this? Can't we array it?
Bring in an array modifier on my tank track. So
and attach it to the circle?
All transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, and then add, not add constraint, go to my modifiers tab, add in an array, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my array to fit curve, so fit curve like so, and the curve of course is going to be our actual circle, like so. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to
it is, but it's better than the alternative.
Which will be a curve modifier, so come down, bring in the curve, And the curve, of course, is going to be our Bezier curve. Like,
So, wait, why do I have to put that over there? Can't I just... First and foremost, here, let's for funsies do it the way I want to do it, which is, you know, however, look, I want to do it because this is how I do. This is how I do. So we do a curve modifier, wherever the hell curve is. There we go. Curve there. Bezier curve. And don't like, and then what if we do it this way? We go. I probably shouldn't be doing this. Clamp to. Crank wrap on the Bezier curve. No, that's not it. That's not at all what I wanted. Just joshing ya, just joshing y'all. Don't worry, don't worry. What does clamp 2 do? Kind of works, actually. Kind of works. Influence. Oh, well, that doesn't necessarily work. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I think at this point I might actually just have to do it the way that they're talking about. Damn it! It's not as cool as the way I was thinking. There's a way to do it, and I know there is, and I swear to God I know that there's a way to frickin' do this.
and the curve, of course, is
I want to do.
Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually bring in an array modifier up. And the reason I've done that is because they're obviously going to be bending around, and if you don't, they're actually going to end up with a lot of stretching, and that might not be. And the other thing I'm going to do is if I press tab, you will see that I have subdivided my tank tracks up. And grab our actual tank tracks. I'm going to move those over, like so. And we're going to have to mess around with these a little bit. And the other thing I'm going to do is if I press tab, you will see that I have subdivided my tank tracks up. And the reason I've done that is because they're obviously going to be bending around, and if you don't, they're actually going to end up with a lot of stretching, and that might not be something that you actually want. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually bring in an array modifier on my tank track. So I'm also going to press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry. And then add, sorry, not add constraint, go to my modifiers tab, add in an array, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my array to fit curve, so fit curve like so, and the curve of course is going to be our actual circle like so. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to actually bring in another modifier, which will be a curve modifier. So come down, bring in
Oh, I forgot to do the thick curve.
Of course is going to be our Bezier curve like so. And you can see already that is looking pretty nice. Now the thing is, you can see we've
You're
got
looking
some
nice.
issues in here. One of them is that it's way too big at the moment. Now we don't actually want to shrink it. What we want to do is just bring it down like so, and then what you'll find is that it actually goes around it like so. We need to move it over as well, of course. So we need to move it over. What you'll find is like bring it down.
Oh,
like
okay.
so,
You want
and then what you'll find is that it actually goes around it like so. We need to move it over as well, of course, because it's a little bit too far over, and we might need to make it a little bit smaller now. So if I bring it down, I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller and just play around with it a little bit, just getting it into the right place, as you can see. I'm just going to pull it out just a little bit. Now you are free to move your curve. So if I come to my curve, for instance, and click on my curve here, as you can see, we are free to actually bring this in a little bit still. Don't worry about
Oops,
that.
wrong,
We are
wrong
actually
button.
able to
Right
do that.
button.
So you can make it fit, you know, a little bit better if you need to. And the other thing is now you can see that we're not quite fitting this. And the reason it's not fitting the actual curve at the moment is because all I need to do now, because I've moved this around, is press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click to origin to geometry, and now it will actually fit perfectly.
Goddamn right it will. Goddamn right it will. Woo! Okay. So I think what I probably want to do is make it smaller. Why? I actually kind of like. Oh, actually, I do like the way that looks. Look at that. That looks so much cooler. We need to pull it out. Just pull it out. Hate you. Shift A, all transforms. Looking alright-ish.
Okay, so there we go.
Well,
Now,
why
if
is
we
yours
wanna
so
move
much
this
tighter
now, if I
than mine?
move Okay, so there we go. Now, if we want to move, right click to origin to geometry, and now it will actually fit perfectly. Okay, so
What has made it that? That too. Why is there such a gap here then? I don't get it. That one looks cool too. Not as cool as what I had it before, but I'll take it.
geometry, and now it will actually fit perfectly.
Mm.
Okay, so there we go. Now, if we want to move this now, if
fitting
I
perfectly,
move
though.
this, for instance, it's not actually going to do anything because at the moment, our actual curve
I think I
isn't
fucked
really
it up
moving
too
with
much.
this. The only reason the curve's moving is because it's attached to these wheels. So what you need to do is instead is you need to grab your Bezier, you need to grab then your
Oh, right. Ha ha ha. I need to physically move it first and foremost. X. Ooh. Okay. Enough of that. Man, how did I fuck this up so bad? Oh well. Not much one can do about it. Maybe get some chunk on that, huh? Alright. Control A, transforms.
you're empty, press Ctrl P, and then you're going to click Object.
I think I screwed up, but that's okay. We take those because we have to. We have to.
And what that's going to do now, so what you need to do is instead is you need to grab your Bezier, you need to grab then your empty, press Ctrl P, and then you're going to click Object attached to these wheels. So what you need to do is instead is you need to grab your Bezier.
I think I missed
At
it.
the moment, our actual curve isn't really moving with this. The only reason the curve's moving is because it's attached to these wheels. So what you need to do is instead is you need to isn't really moving with this. Move this around. Is press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click to origin to geometry, and now it will actually fit perfectly. Okay, so there we go. Now, if we want to move this now, if I move this for instance, it's not actually going to do anything because at the moment, our actual curve isn't really moving with this. The only reason the curve's moving is because it's attached to these wheels.
That's
So what you need
exactly
to
what I
do
was
is instead
thinking.
is you need to grab your Bezier, you need to grab then your empty, press Ctrl P.
Oh, wait, actually, speaking of things I need to fix, I'm gonna grab a Bezier curve, edit mode, maybe wireframe. Yeah, you doing wireframe, but that's okay. There's that. That's looking all right. Is that looking Gucci? Probably not. Actually, not as bad as I thought it was. Probably should move that out just a smidge, so that way move that in. Down. Good. Good. That's exactly what I was expecting. All right, let's see if I can hide the ground. There we go. Hide the ground. Hide the ground. Shabam. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Whoa. Look at that. I'm the best. I'm all right. Maybe not as much as I think. This may have to come in more, though. It does. It does. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Just a smidge. Yeah, right there. We're just gonna leave it like that. We're calling that a dub. We've won. Chat, we won. We won over my obsessive compulsive
and what that's
need.
going to do now is it's going to parent up the actual Bezier, as you can see, to our click. At the moment, our actual curve isn't really moving with this. The only reason the curve's moving is because it's attached to these wheels. So what you need to do is instead is you need to grab your Bezier, you need to grab then your empty, press Ctrl P, and then you're going to click Object. And what that's going to do now is it's going to parent up the actual Bezier, as you can see, to our tank wheels and our actual curve. So now if I come to my curve and I move it, you will see that we've got tank tracks that actually move up and down.
But no.
Now, the problem we can see is they're moving the wrong way, and that's not something that we want.
But why?
So what I want to do now?
No,
is
there's
I just
more
wanna
to
go
this than
into
that.
My curve. I want to press
Like,
tab.
what the
I wanna
fuck?
press A.
Are we sure?
Geometry, and now it will actually fit perfectly. Okay, so there we go. Now, if we want to move this, now it will actually fit perfectly. Move this around is press Ctrl A, all transforms, right click to origin to geometry, and now it will actually fit perfectly. Okay, so there we go. Now, if we want to move this now, if I move this, for instance, it's not actually going to do anything because at the moment, our actual curve isn't really moving with this. The only reason the curve's moving is because it's attached to these wheels. So what you need to do is instead is you need to grab your Bezier, you need to grab then your empty, press Ctrl
Okay, now,
P,
yeah, now it's
and then you're
doing
gonna
what I
click
wanted.
Object. And what that's going to do now is it's going to parent up the actual Bezier, as you can see, to our tank wheels and our actual curve. So now
Why
if I
was
come
it
to my curve and I move
doing
it,
the other
you
thing?
will see that we've got tank tracks that actually move up and down. Now the problem we can see is they're moving the wrong way, and that's not something that we want. So what I want to do now is I just want to go into my curve. I want to press tab. I want to press A, and then all I'm going to do is right click, and you're going to have one if you come down which says switch direction. So just click that on, switch direction, press the tab button, and now when I move them, everything should move perfectly.
Un momento, por favor.
Now, when I move them, everything should move perfectly. And again, remember, you have got control over how close to this floor that your tank tracks move. And again, remember, you have got, just want to go into my curve. I want to press tab. I want to press A, and then all I'm going to do is right click, and you're going to have one if you come down which says switch direction. So just click that on, switch direction, press the tab button, and now when I move them, everything should move perfectly.
Right, but when you switch
direction, press the tab button, and now when I move the on, switch direction, press the tab button, and now and you're going to have one if you come down which says switch direction. So just click that on, switch direction, press the tab button, and now when I move them,
why did this
how
did this happen that
perfectly.
way?
And again, remember, you have got control
I'm so
over
confused as
how
to
close to this floor that your tank tracks move. But that in a nutshell, what we can do now is I can put this on one.
Wait,
for
no,
instance,
that's
so, and then
but
press
no,
I,
it switched
okay,
direction
to
in the
rotation
sense
scale,
that
and then
the
let's put it on
tracks
200.
like flipped. I don't want the tracks to flip. See? That there's a distinct difference there. So much so that I'm going to go to the bathroom because I'm that upset about this. Also, never forget the adage, life hard, titty soft. Okay, well, maybe we could still work with that. So we go switch direction, right? And then we just take this, take this, and then okay. So let's do this. Go R X, not 90. No, R X 180. Man, that looks shit though. That's fair. Like that, the track isn't supposed to look like that. Right? Like, then we take this and go R Y 180. No. RZ 180. There we go. Haha, I fixed it. Now it looks proper. Hmm.
100, like so, and let's move it all the way over here, like so, and then let's press I, location rotation scale, and now let's go. And there you go, you can see you've got moving tank.
Cool. Oh, right. I need to grab the empty. What am I doing? Empty?
Tank tracks that move it all the way over here, like so, and then how close
Wait,
to
how
this
did I
floor
fuck
you...
that up?
I want to press tab, I want to press A, and then all I'm going to do is right click. Just want to go into my curves and our actual curve. So now if I come to my curve and I move P, and then you're going to click object. Now if I move this, for instance, it's not actually going to do anything because at the moment our actual curve isn't really moving with this. The only reason the curve's moving is because it's attached to these wheels. So what you need to do is instead is you need to grab your Bezier, you need to grab then your empty, press Ctrl P, and then you're going to click object. And what that's going to do now is it's going to parent up the actual Bezier, as you can see, to
Right,
our
but
tank
it should...
wheels and our actual curve. So now if I come to my curve and I move it, you will see that we've got tank tracks that actually move up and down. Now the problem we can see is they're moving the wrong way, and that's not something that we want. So what I want to do now is I just want to go into my curve. I want to press tab. I want to press A, and then all I'm going to do is right click, and you're going to have one if you come down which says switch direction. So just click that on, switch direction, press the tab button, and now when I move them, everything should move perfectly. And again, remember, you have got control over how close to this floor that your tank tracks move. But that in a nutshell, what we can do now is I can put this on 1, for instance, so, and then press I, location rotation scale, and then let's put it on 200, like so, and let's move it all the way over here, like so, and then let's press I,
that shouldn't do it like
location rotation scale, and now let's
I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to do
it like that. And there you go, you can see you've got moving tank tracks that move perfectly with the actual terrain. You can see that, as I said, if your terrain is really jumps up, what will happen is the more wheels you've actually got in, so the more tank-like it is, not wally, for instance, the better it's actually going to be at moving over things, because each of these wheels would be smaller and they'll have a much more surface area that's connected to the actual floor. All right, everyone, so that's that one done. So what I want to do now is I just want to tidy this up.
Is
I
it
want to
though?
put this into my actual tank.
Doesn't look like it's actually moving.
Also my curve in there and just make sure everything's in there. I just want to make sure that it's still working, which it is. And then what I want to do is I want to close this down now. I want to open up now my firelight and flicker. And this is what this is the one that we will be doing on the next lesson.
It's not actually moving though.
And basically I hope you know. And then let's press I, location rotation scale. And now let's go. And there
like
you go.
how is it that yours is doing it? I see what I did wrong. I 100% see what I did wrong.
Is really
I see exactly what I did wrong. I'm dumb. All right, we take this now. Then we take this and go X all the way over here. See, I grabbed both when it should have just been the empathy. I'm learning, chat. No. Bad you. Give me the empty, give me X. Boom. All right. Location, rotation, scale. Look at that, chat. Look at how amazing I am. Aw, snap. It's like it's actually animated or something. I don't know what's with the dark whatever those are, but you know what? That's what we ask other people for help for later down the line.
Jumps up. what will happen is the more wheels you've actually got in, so the more tank-like it is, not Wall-E, for instance, the better it's actually going to be at moving over things, because each of these
You know, it
wheels
could be
will
Johnny
be smaller
5. You
and
don't
they'll
have
a much
to.
more
It doesn't
surface
always have
area
to
that's
be
connected to the actual
Wally.
floor. All right, everyone. So that's that one done. So what I want to do now is, I just want to tidy this up. I want
Okay,
to put
good,
this
I'm
into
not,
my actual tank tracks. I want to put my also my curve in there and just make sure everything's in there. I just want to make sure that it's still working, which it is. And then what I want to do is I want to close this down now. I want to open up now my fire, light, and flicker. And this is the one that we will be doing on the next lesson. I'm also going to go up and save it. And basically, I hope you learned a lot from that. Tank tracks are quite complex. It's something that we needed to put in this actual guide if it's going to
I
be,
appreciated
full
it. Yeah,
course on animation and rigging. All right, everyone. So I hope you
I
enjoyed
kind of
that,
had
and
some
I'll see you on
issues
the
with
next
it,
one.
but that's
Thanks a lot.
besides the
Bye-bye.
point. That is besides the point, yeah. Don't need to rate every goddamn section. Anger. Anger, anger, anger.
And now, before we actually move on to our next bit, what I want to do is I want to play you a short video, because when we move on to our fire and light flicker, you need to know a little bit about materials and nodes. Now, if you don't want to know about fire and flicker, then don't bother actually watching this and just move on to, moths and lights if that's what you want to do, and you can come back later if you want to. But this then
Let's
here is
figure
the
it out.
materials and maps introduction. So enjoy. Welcome everyone to this short introduction on importing texture maps and creating materials within Blender. Here we'll be going through basic material setups and easy ways to import your texture maps all within Blender. Then we'll be moving on to an explanation of what maps do and why they're important. So with all that said, let's get started. So in this basic scene that I've set up, you will see that I've got these three objects and they're all UV unwrapped. So now let's come to our first object, and let's say we've already marked our seams, as you can see. Now let's come up to edit first of all, and what we're going to bring in is a add-on called Node Wrangler, and this is going to make it very easy to set up materials within your scene.
Well, I guess
So
I can't share that,
edit,
so never
come
mind.
down to preferences, come over to where it says add-on.
I wonder why I can't.
And
That's
then we're gonna
weird.
search for Node, N-O-D-E, and you'll see one called Node
Did-
Wrangler.
I used to be
Make
able
sure
to
that's
share
ticked on,
that.
and then let's close this down. Now what I want to do is actually create our material. So if we come over to the right hand side, you'll see this little football
I
kind of
wonder,
icon.
actually.
Let's click on the plus.
Give me a quick sec, because I'm morbidly curious. What if I just go bring over this and I go replaying and it doesn't show it? Or it does show. Okay, it shows YouTube, but it won't show the other ones. Why? I won't know. I'll never know.
And then what that actually does is create a new material. And let's click new and give it a
Yes.
name. So let's call this wood. And because I've already created a wood, it will come up as wood.001. If you've got a 001, it will come up as wood.002, and so on. You'll notice as well that this has come in as a principled BSDF, and this basically is the magical node shader within Blender that makes it easy to import all your maps and things like that. So now we've got this, what we need to do now is we need to head on over to our shading panel, which is this button here. Once in the shading panel, you'll see basic setup, same as what we had in the modeling panel. And now if I zoom out of here a little bit, you'll see that we've actually got a basic setup already. So we've got our material output, and of course, this is where all the nodes end up in the end.
Yes.
Then we've got our principled, which is what I told you about, is the magic kind of Blender node. And if we zoom in a little bit, you'll see we've got all of these things where we can plug things in, or we can mess around with these without actually
Here, I'll just
a map.
kind of follow
plugged in.
along, even
So now
though
let's
it's
come
not quite
and click
the same.
on our principled BSDF, and what we're going to press is Control, Shift, and T, and that then will open up the file of where you want to actually find your map. So make sure you store them in a place where you know where they are. Go and find them, and then you should end up with 5 maps. Normally it's 5 maps that actually you can download. One is the base color, the next one down is metallic, the next one down is roughness, the next one down is height, and then you've got normal.
I don't think I have anything like that, right?
So now what we need to do
Or
is we
maybe
need
I
to come
do.
to the first one and shift select the bottom one, and then that'll select them all, and then come over to where it says principal texture setup and click that on. And there you go. They've all actually come in, and you'll notice Blender has automatically set everything up for us. And this is
Sure.
part of what the Node Wrangler actually does. Now, if we zoom in a little bit so we can see what we're doing, and now we can actually go through some of these nodes over here. So let's zoom into here as well. And the first one we've got is texture coordinates. Now, basically this node tells Blender whereabouts to place this texture on this object. So you notice at the moment, it's basically plugged in from the UV. Now, if we quickly just go over to the UV and I grab everything, you can see this is our UV map, and this is how basically this texture is placed on this. So for instance, you can see that this one has been turned around, so it's going the correct way. Now let's go back over to our shading panel, and if we plug in the generated instead to the vector, let it load up, and you'll see now that Blender is trying to generate how this texture is actually gonna go onto this object. This is useful for when you're creating textures within Blender itself without maps, but useless if you're actually bringing in your own map. So let's put it back on UV.
Okay.
Next one across is called mapping, and this basically is how this texture is mapped onto this object. So you can see here that we can actually move the location of our actual texture, and this basically is kind of moving the UV map. Now if we come, we can also scale this up as well, as you can see, so you can stay a little smaller and bigger, and it gives you a lot of control within actually the shader to mess around with the scale and things like that. Normally I would actually do this in the UV map, but if there's any small details that I want to make, you know, a little bit smaller or something like that, I will do it within the shader. Moving across, you can see that all of these nodes over here, which are our maps, are plugged into our mapping node. So let's come to the first one. The first one is color. And basically down on the right hand side here, I'm going to be showing you exactly what they mean. And then if you want more information, you can go onto the Blender website and find all of the rest of the information out about all of these maps that we're talking about. So as I say, the first one is the color. And if we unplug that, it's basically what we can see is it's just the base color. Now sometimes you will get colors where they come in with ambient occlusion, and I'm going to talk about ambient occlusion just in a few minutes. So if we plug this in, we can see we can actually alter the color with other nodes that we can kind of slide into here. So I'm quickly going to show you that. So if we press Shift A, do a search, and we'll just bring in a gamma.
Mayhaps we should just switch up to a different thing. I don't know.
Actual color. Now I've put that in there, and you can see if I bring that down or bring it up, I can make it much darker or much lighter. So that's something that we can actually do. And then things like
yeah, let me just
texture. Now just be realistic that looks. And now you can actually mess around
feel
with
like
these, so we can really
I've
bump
done
up the
this
scale, as you can
before.
see. And we can also change the mid-level like so. So it really pushes it out, or you can really pull it in as well. Okay, so that's a bit of an explanation.
Hey,
on
hey,
that.
Brian,
Now,
how
as I said,
you
I'll move over now
doing?
to the actual spanner. We're on modify.
Okay, I feel like I've done that one before.
Now the thing is, I've got this set up just so you can see what it's actually doing. So if I press the spacebar at the moment, you will see, again, it's based on an empty, and you can see that this kind of wobbles. Now the good thing is here,
You know, I hear Weebles
our
wobble,
materials
but they don't
panel,
always fall
press
down.
the spacebar, you can see exactly what we're doing here. So you can see we've basically got three lots of colors in here. And if we also put
Why
this
does yours look
onto
like
our Eevee
kinda-
render, you
kinda
can see
more-
that we've actually got some glow here. If we come in and we actually put this onto blue, like so, now you can see we've got some real glow there. Now
This
you can
looks
see
a
the
lot
one
different
thing
than
missing
mine.
on here is where the light is actually not flickering. I'm going to actually do that as well. So this is basically set up so you can see if you actually want to, you know, do this part of the actual course, because we're actually just going to quickly recreate
Ooh,
this.
what'd you have?
It will
What'd you
only
have?
take
'Cause
a
that
lesson or
sounds
two, so
really-
don't worry, it's not a long
I feel like I should
process
get
or
some
anything like that. But it is
Lunche
using
myself,
a few of the
but-
nodes to actually get the materials in and things. But I feel like it's something that we need to cover. All right, everyone. So let's get started with that. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to put this back onto my object mode. I'm going to come in. I'm going to delete everything out. I'm hoping that, yeah, there we go. I left my actual empty in here. So I've got flame, driver, don't want that. Now let's put this cursor in the center. So I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected right in the center. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift A, and we're going to bring in a ecosphere. So if you come down, you've got one that says
Icosphere.
Like so.
Icosphere.
I'm going to leave it pretty much the size it is. We don't need to change or anything like that because I'm not actually working to a scale just to show you what we're doing. Obviously, when you've got a a bezier or a torch or something like that, you will need to scale it up. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to grab the very top of it like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put...
Right, first and foremost, let's go cursor to world origin. Add that icosphere.
Proportional editing on. Press 1 on the number pad, and then just bring it up like so. Make it a little bit smaller, and there we go. You can see we've got that nice flame actual shape. Now let's press the tab button.
Simple
and
enough,
what we're going to
really.
do is we're going to Control A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, right click, and what we're going to do is shade smooth, and then I'm going to bring in a subdivision surface. So add modifier, press 1 on the
I need to remember.
and then just bring it up like so. Make it a little bit smaller, and there we go. You can see we've got that nice flame actual shape. Now let's press the tab button, and what we're going to do is we're going to Control A, all transforms, right click, set origin to geometry, right click, and what we're going to do is shade smooth, and then I'm going to bring in a subdivision surface. So add modifier, come down, subdivision surface, and then put it on 2 or something like that. Now, as we've done before, we're actually going to bring now in a displacement modifier. So add modifier, let's bring in a displace, and we'll click new, and this time we'll just simply call it flame. Like so, and don't worry if yours has gone like that.
Wait, what the fuck just happened? What? I hit Control 2. No. What did I do? Do I not hit Control 2? I just have to subs. It's so weird. What the hell just happened? There we go. Either way, there we go. It's all Gucci. Oh, thank you so much for the drink ups. I forgot. Why did? Because Control 2 is just a quick way to do subdivisions, to add a subsurf modifier. How did that happen? How do I do these things that I don't know what the hell I do?
With the... Now, as we've done before, we're actually going to bring now in a displacement modifier. So add modifier, let's bring in a displace, and we'll click new, and this time we'll just simply call it flame. Like so. And don't worry if yours has gone like that, we will fix it. Like we did with the fish, it sometimes makes it look a bit weird. And now where the actual first part of the magic happens is the actual coordinates. If we put the coordinates onto actual object, and then if we bring in another empty, so if we press Shift A, bring in a empty, so bring in an empty.
Oh, guess we're having arrows.
And what we're going to do is we're going to actually move this up to something like here. I'm going to grab then my actual flame. I'm going to put the empty, the object as my actual empty. Now, if I move this empty up and down, nothing happens yet. And that's just simply because we haven't actually put in our displacement. So what are we going to displace this with? What else I want to do is
what are we going to displace it with?
Both the ecosphere and the empty into my actual fire and light flicker. So drop those in there. And let's call this empty flame movement like so. All right, so everything's pretty much set up. Let's also call this flame so we know what this is. Like so. And now let's come back to our actual flame. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go now into our displacement. So we're going to click on our displacement, this little texture icon over here.
For a while, it's going to be an egg, I think.
We'll actually come and we'll put this on Veroni. So if I come down, we've got one called Veroni, and you'll end up with something like this. And then all you want to do is you want to come down and change the size to about 1.4, something like that.
One.
Maybe a little bit less. Let's have a look. 1.3, maybe something like that. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to come down to where it says color, and we're going to change the contrast to 0.3. And there we go. Now, what if we actually move this actual flame now? You'll see.
Why does
actually
the color
flame,
change
which is
it?
really, really nice. All right, so now we've got that. And now what we're going to do is we're
that's
actually
cool.
not going to
That's really
animate
cool. I
this
like
going,
it.
Up and down. We're actually going to let Blender animate this going down by going up and
Ooh.
down by using drivers. Now, drivers is basically a way to tell Blender to use
Shut
a
up and
mathematical expression to move
drive.
it up and down. Now you can use this in textures. You can basically use it in bones. You can use it on everything. It's just an easy way for something to go, you know, so far, so fast,
Interesting.
and then reset again. And that's why we're actually using them rather than trying to keyframe every single part of this actual empty going up and where do we want it going up to and things like that. It actually gives you a lot more control, and you can change it on the fly without actually having to go in and change all of those individual keyframes. So that's why we're actually going to use it. And the way we're going to do it is we're actually going to click on our actual empty. We're going to come over to this little yellow box over here, click on this.
I've
and the
never
one
used
that
this
I
box.
want to change is this Z. So you can see already my Z's actually moved. If I come in and I press, let's see, hashtag, where's my hashtag button? Not that one. Is it this? Nope. All right, found my hashtag. And then what I'm going to do is type in frame, like so, and then dash, and then 10, and then press enter. Now you'll see that if I press spacebar, that this will go up, like so, and then when it'll happen is it'll get to 200, and then it will restart again. So there you go, you can see it restarting again. All right, so the next thing then is we can discuss.
Are we sure that I did that right?
And change this now. You'll see
I mean, it's going a million miles,
Something like 5. Sorry, not 56, 5, or something like that. And I've pressed spacebar.
Let me make sure I did that right, because
change this now. You'll see spacebar that this will go up, like frame every single part of this, and you can change it on the keyframe. So that's why we're box over here. Click on this, and the one that I want to change is this Z. So you can see already my Z's actually moved.
How's my fire going so fast versus his?
Hashtag. Where's my hashtag button? Not that one. Is it this? Nope. All right, found my hashtag. And then what I'm going to do is type in frame, like so, and then dash, and then 10. And then press
that is not a dash.
Now you'll see
that's
that
a slash, you fucker.
That this will go up, like so, and then when it'll happen is it'll get to 200, and then it will restart again. So there you go, you can see it restarting again. All right, so the next thing then is
what the hell is happening with my flame?
If I want to come in,
why? I fucked everything. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Why? Oh, because I was on the wrong one. So this is frame slash, not dash. There. Oh, look at that. It's so smooth. It's so smooth now. It's not like some sort of weird jello thing.
Now, you'll see I can't see it, but if I actually click on it, then you can see that I can actually change this to something like 5. Sorry, not 56, 5, or something like that. And now if I press spacebar, you can see it's moving much, much faster. So you have got control of how fast this actually moves, how far it moves, and things like that. So now I've got our flame set up. Let's bring in some actual materials. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to, well, I'm going to click on my flame first, come over to my materials panel, click the down arrow, and I'm going to call it flame.
Let's go.
Let's
flame,
go.
Red. So flame.
Heckin', who rated me?
Red, like
Theta!
so.
Oh my gosh! Hi, Theta! How are you doing? Let's go! It has been a while. Hello, hello, hello. If my shout-out thing ever worked, I will give you a shout-out. Yo, Raiders! How goes? How goes? Oh, you know, ruining everything because something weird happens and I'm not 100% sure what. You know, the usual. The usual. All right, what were you doing, Theta? Let's see here. Shout out. They were playing Dishonored. Ooh, Dishonored so good. So good. So, have you done Dark Messiah of Might and Magic at all? Because I mean, you always got to do the proto Dishonored first. I feel. Full luck. Oh, really? What what does that entail, if you don't mind me asking? Arabezus. Hi.
What we'll do is we'll come
Oh, right. Let me go back to playing some chill music while we model.
over to our shading panel, and I'm going to actually
Brawler
pull this
shooter.
over.
Oh,
Like so, just so I've got a little bit more room in here.
Nice,
And also, if
nice.
I've got this on here, I don't really want this here, so all I'm going to do is press the end button just to close that off. Then I'm going to lift this up. Now, let's bring in a new, so let's press Shift A, and what we'll do is we'll look for, first of all, in fact, we've probably, if I zoom out, yes, we have. We've already got a material output there. We need our material output because that's obviously the output for the actual material. I'm going to delete the principled, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a emission. So Shift A, emission, like so, and then I'm going to bring in a...
Okay, wait. There's a way to do this. A period. Yo! Found it! That way I don't have to just, like, scroll through the ether and hope for the best. Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of a lot of well, I haven't done Arcane Studios past Dishonored 2. So I don't know about Deathloop. Let's see, what else did they do? Let's see, Dark Messiah. I feel like they did something else recently. Deathloop was like the last one I know of. The vampire game, that's it, the vampire. They did Prey, yes, yeah, that one was really good, really good. Yeah, that one is a little bit more like, shooty brawly kind of thing. Dishonored, like, kinda is, but it's really not designed that way, in my opinion. And I which is weird because the Dishonored has a lot of cool movement tech that I feel would really benefit for like a straight up brawler shooter style. That's just my opinion, though.
for the actual material.
Also, yeah, what was it gonna be? It was gonna be named something other than Prey, but they did it because Prey had like name recognition by one frickin' game, and technically two games, but nobody talks about Prey 2 at all. I still have Prey 1. Such a good game. I need to stream that too. The only problem I have with Prey 1 is that like it has the same problem that Half-Life 1 had, is the beginning's very long before anything actually happens gameplay wise. So it's really hard to be engaging during those story events. And then what is it? I wanted to add a mission, right? Shader. Man, are we ever gonna get Prey 2? Or is Prey just gonna be that one it's gonna be like Star Fox, where it's like it just keeps getting reboot every time. Has there been a actual direct sequel to Star Fox? I'm not talking about Star Fox Adventures. I'm talking about because we had Star Fox for the SNES, right? And then they made Star Fox 2, which didn't do anything. Then they did Star Fox 64, which is a reboot of Star Fox. Star Fox Adventures. You know, which isn't even anything. And then they had like Star Fox Zero, which is another re-frickin' boot of the franchise, which didn't sell well because they decided to have it like process the same thing twice, which is always smart. Super smart. Love it. Just brilliant idea there, Nintendo. Have it so you had to use the Wii pad instead of, or the Wii U pad or whatever. Man, it's depressing to think of. Thank you so much for the pad. Yeah, it's depressing to think about the actual, like how there's a lot of franchises that apparently can't get past the first fucking game. It's just like, let's just keep remaking it. Yeah, we're gonna call it something else, but it's still this first game essentially.
I'm going to delete the
Sheesh.
principal, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a emission. So Shift A, emission, like so, and then I'm going to bring in a we're going to bring in a noise texture to kind of make it so that the flame looks as though it's actually moving. And the one I'm going to bring in, if you come to textures, you will see that you've got all of these noise textures. The one I want to bring in is called Veroni texture, so I'm going to bring that in, and then I'm going to press Shift A. I'm going to bring in a color RAM just to give us control over the actual colors. So let's actually look for it. So we're going to put color, and there should be one that says color RAM. All right, now I'm going to duplicate this with Shift D, like so. Now what we're going to do is we're going to plug everything in, so you can see that we need to plug it from the distance into the fact of our color RAM. Let's just pull this a little bit over, and then the color goes into the fact of this one, and finally then the color goes into our emission. I'm also going to plug our emission into our service so we can actually see what's going on. Now the thing is, we want to put this color ramp here on constant. So if you come down, you'll see you've got one on constant. And now if we pull this down a little bit, so if I grab this arrow over here, pull it down, these are actually what we're going to use for not our color. These are going to be the ones that represent the actual parts in between where you can't actually see them. So in other words,
okay, so we're using the black as
so
the actual mask part.
How I want my plane to be. Basically,
that explores his relationship with Doc Ock as he tries. Interesting, but how would you have that as a game, right? Like an actual game. I feel like that's a little harder to do other than just like a visual novel. Because like ultimately it's the drama of that, right? It's not so much the gameplay. I don't know if the gameplay could even lead to the drama of it. I can't say that it would. I can't say that it would. It seems too. This is where I'm looking for. It feels like it'd be too disconnected. Unless you turn it into like some sort of escort mission, but I don't even think that would be true. I don't feel like that would be a thing that you'd want to have happen, is for it to be an escort of some sort. Escort of some sort. Hey, rhyming all the time in. Not that. Double timing, rhyming, stopping on the diamond.
These are going to be the hard edges that make up the flame. And as it's moving now, you can see that at the moment these aren't moving, but you do have an idea when these are moving up and down, how it's going to create that kind of flame effect, which is what we're looking for. So now let's actually make it transparent. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to put my emission down here, and I'm going to bring in a mix shader. So search mix shader, and I'm going to drop this here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug my emission into here. I'm going to plug the mix shader then into the material output. And then finally I'm going to plug the color RAM into the back. I'm going to disconnect it from here as well. So basically you've got this sort of setup. Now what we want to make this transparent is obviously a transparent node. So I'm going to press Shift A, bring in a transparent, so TRA, transparent, BSDF, like so, and then just plug that into your actual shader, like so. Now over on the right hand side of where your actual material is, if you scroll down, you've got one that says settings, and you just want to put this blend mode onto alpha clip. And then finally you just want to invert this now. So I need to bring in an
Hey, where wow, you're going so fast. You're going so fast. I don't even know anymore. Setting. Whoop. No, alpha clip was up here, and then opaque. Look at us! Look at us, we're doing a thing! We're doing
invert,
some
so Shift A,
things!
search, invert, like so, and I'm just going to drop that in there like so. Alright, so on this lesson now, we should be left with actually this. You can actually see through there now, and at the moment we've got no color on, but you can actually get an idea of what we're actually trying to do here. What we're going to do is we're going to create 3 types of flames. We're going to combine them, and then finally we're going to have them moving up and down basically, along with a few more drivers, and then finally what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a point light, and we're going to have that point light flickering to give the effect of
I like
an
it, I like
flame. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot.
Let's go! Let's make some fire, y'all! I'm down for this! Down for fire. Burn! Burn! What? Ain't nobody said nothing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate guide to Blender 3D rigging and animation, and this is where we left it off. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I want to bring in a texture and coordinates. So if I come over to my actual Voronoi texture and I press Ctrl T, you will see then we get texture coordinates and mapping exactly what I want. And basically this allows you to change where this texture is in space and time. If I move this, as you can see now, we can actually move the actual texture along and things like this. And this
So
is a
are we
very
gonna do
powerful
some
way
sort of
actually
like
then of actually changing
FAC?
our texture a little bit
Or
like we
no,
did
not
with the,
FAC,
pumpkin, but this is
hashtag
taking it one step
frame
further. You can also see that we can base
divided
it
by
on
10.
the normal, so the way that the you know, the mesh is facing.
Let's
or we
figure
can
out.
base it
Let's
on
find
the
out.
UV.
Let's find
We
it.
can even base it on the camera, and that's taking it to that, you know, kind of next level. Alright, so the other thing I want to do is I want to change the scale of the Voronoi. I want to put this on something like 8, like so, and there we go. That's looking much more like fire. And now what we're going to do is, if we actually zoom out, what I want to do is I want to create a frame around these actual 3 here. So I'm just going to pull my texture coordinates a little bit away. I'm going to actually unplug this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all 3 of these, like so. I'm going to press the N button then, and you'll see that within the node wrangler, if I click on this, we can actually frame the selected. So I can add in an actual frame.
Oh, down here. All right, where's the frame selected? Oh, right down here. Look at us go! Oh, we're pro gamers, yo!
And I can also change the name of it. So if I come up now to the actual node, you can see that the label and the frame have an actual name. So if I put in something like main flames or large flames, let's see.
Large.
Like so, you can see now we've got a name called actual large frame. So this is really good because then it means I can actually make another 3 of these.
I'm always learning.
Yeah, 2 more of these. So
I'm
if I grab
super
this,
learning,
press Shift
man.
D, I can bring it up, and then Shift D again, bring it up, like so. And then I can come into this one, grab it, and change the large flames to small flames, like so. And then what I can do is I can grab each 3 of these. I can press Shift D, drag them, and drop them in there. And actually, I need to bring this down because I didn't think it would actually do it like that. So I'm going to grab all 3 of these now. I'm going to try. Yeah, not not actually bring them into there. So I need to take this frame off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and remove that frame by grabbing it and just pressing delete. And then what I'll do is I'll make another couple of frames. So you can see here I've got main large flames. So what I'll do is I'll bring this down.
So look at you. You have disappointed me, son.
This one. Grab it. Now sure.
So you have to make the
to move it like so. And then what I'll do is now I should be able to grab these three and drop those into there, and you can see that move then. All right, so now we've got it. Now we should be able to move this up.
That's weird. That's very, very weird. So, like, if you make something in here, you can't take anything out of it until you delete it? Is that what they're saying? So I have to delete that so that way I can do that and... Oh, no, not that, not that. Not that. Hate it when I do that.
And remove that frame.
I've never used the like. I have Node Wrangler on, obviously, but I've never
so you can see here,
used
I've got
it.
main large flames. So what I'll do is I'll bring this down. I'll bring this one. Grab it. Now I should be able to move it like so. And then what I'll do is now I should be able to grab these three and drop those into there, and you can see that move then. All right, so now we've got it. Now we should be able to move this along like so. All right, so a little bit fiddly. I made that a little bit too hard for myself, but anyway, we got there in the end. I'm also going to grab this one as well and move these up so they're just underneath, so they're nice and neat. All right, so the moment you can see that we can see through this, and the reason is because we need to reconnect our actual texture coordinates up. So I'm going to bring this into the vector of the large flames. I'm also then going to bring it into the vector of the small flames, and basically what it means is that these will be in the same, space and time as each other. I'm also then going to grab all these and just move them over very slightly. And I think as well what we should do is just unplug this. So I'm going to unplug this one as well because we need to mix these together in some way. So what I'm going to bring in is
I'm going to put the large on the bottom, the small up top.
So
there we go.
Actually, will it be a mix shader or a mix RGB? Yeah, we'll bring in a mix RGB instead. So we'll go mix RGB.
Why
there.
though?
And then
Why, what is?
You can see the small flames here. Very important that you do this. The small flames should be underneath, so they should come down to this one here, and then the actual large flames should come to the top of this one here, like so. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually plug this so that
Why would we want to do the RGB versus a shape? I don't understand. That being said, and run to the bathroom one more time. Alrighty, we are ending close to the. It needs RBG. Oh, okay. Is it like I really would love a node, like somebody to explain to me like nodes and why things have to be the way they are with that. Hi, Doseku, by the way. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing fantastic, as you should be. Dude, fucking great.
this mix shade into my actual fact now. And finally now what I want to do is I just want to duplicate this this one here, so this small flame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it going all the way around like so, and then I'm just going to press Shift D, and that then means that the actual the frame will come with it as well, which is exactly what we want.
Oh.
Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to name this to mid flame, so I'm going to grab this and call it mid. So mid.
Wow,
Flames.
calling these flames mid, that's
Right,
just rude.
Okay, and before actually doing that, what I want to do is I want to come back down
Well, maybe
to
there's something
my
more-
large flames, and I'm going to actually set this to... I'm going to leave this actually on 8, and what I want to do is I want to set the small flames to 16. So I'm going to change the scale up to 16, and then I've got my mid flames, which I'm going to change this to something like 4. Yeah, let's change it to 4, something like that. Now let's bring in
Wait,
another
how's-
mix RGB. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D, and I'm going to bring this over to here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this into the bottom of here, and then put this into the top of here, and then finally grab this mix RGB and then drop that into the bottom of there. So you can see now we've got 3. We've got main flames, small flames, and large flames. And we've got the 2 bottom ones mixed into the mixed RGB. And then this mixed RGB is mixed in with the mid flame. So basically we've combined all 3 of these actual flames, which gives us a ton of control over how this fire actually is going to look, what color it's going to be, for instance. Because the reason we've done that is because if you look at any fire, you've got kind of the red, which is the the very coldish part of the fire.
Oh, thank you so much for the drink up, Brian. I appreciate that. Well, like, here's the thing, right? So, currently, there's 2 things. So there's Vinyan, which I haven't really touched, and there's Wataru. Again, something I have not touched. And they're like, oh, we just use nodes, but like, I don't know a damn thing about nodes. Like, you can't just be like, oh, we use nodes. Like, it's still kind of programming, right? Like, what the fuck? I don't know what, like, you know, if something I, like, what if I wanted to say, like, have somebody do a redeem that like, you know, makes my model like, you know, what if I want to do like a hurricane redeem, right? Figure out IK chains. I don't even know what IK stands for in that instance. But like, you know, like do like a hurricane thing, which makes it so that my model kind of like all the cloth just does like, you know, and hair just futzes about, right? Supposedly, I guess you could do that because you can also like have these inverse kinematics. It's a rigging system for bones, which is hey, well, it's kind of a thing I'm learning, right? We're learning animations, and we've done a couple of bones, like just for funsies. We've done. Yeah, I'm gonna hide that real quick. We've done this, and I've done this. Look at what I've done, Mortal and Despair. It looks a lot better when you hide the bones. Turn that off. See? I've even learned a little bit of shapey keys. But I think I need to make that 300. Yeah, look at that. So good at things. And then, of course, this, learning bendy bones and everything like that. But make it kind of look like it's swaying in the breeze. Kind of cool, actually. Right. What am I doing? Going insane. That's what I was doing. We're not sculpting.
You've got then the yellow, which is a bit warmer, and finally you've got the white,
I don't
which is the red.
think
hot
so.
part of it.
No.
So that's why we've actually done it in this way.
That one animation that I was like, POV, you're the last slice of pizza, and it's my model just like T-posed missiling at it. There were supposed to be particle effects. Like, here's the thing: in every other thing other than the render, the particle effects were there. But the particle effects, for whatever reason, were no longer in the render, and I didn't deviate at all from the thing, so I had no idea why.
And before we go on, this doesn't actually look right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to swap these around. So I need to grab this one and put that into the top, and then that one will go into the bottom. Okay, that's looking much better.
Why does it? Why is it? Oh, I think I see.
Change the mix to soft light. So we're going to go up soft light. Here it is. Going to do the same one on this one. So soft light.
Oh, helps if I
put the back up to 1, and I'm going to do the same on this one as well. And now let's just make sure that everything's connected, so we can see that we've got our texture coordinates needs connecting up to our vector on this one as well.
Well, we have to be
There we go.
factor 1.
And now what we really need to do is have a look at the thickness of each of these pots. So we've got mid planes, and you can see as I bring this down or up, we can actually control that. We've got the small planes then, to bring this down again.
Same
you can
difference,
see we
yes.
Control that. But the problem is, if I do this now, I'm not really going to see you know, what I'm actually doing. But it's good that you actually understand how we actually control these before actually going ahead. So the first thing we want to do is actually get these things moving, and then find we can actually bring in some colors, and you'll understand, okay, I want my small planes to be this big, and you actually understand how this whole of this setup actually works.
Well, yeah,
Let's
that's
first of all bring
I would
in
hope so.
a gradient texture. So Shift A, let's look for a gradient. Like so. So gradient texture, let's drop that in there. Let's also then bring in a mix RGB, sorry. So mix RGB, let's drop that in there. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to plug in the color from the gradient into the top of our mixed RGB, and then take the large flame, so where the color is. So we're going to pull the color and drop that into our mixed RGB like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the color from which was originally in this one and just swap it with this one here, like so. Alright, now we should have an actual gradient that goes up, and basically it should get lighter or darker as it actually tapers off. Alright, so what do I mean by that? Well, if I come into my gradient, I'm just going to pull this down here along with this. I'm going to grab my texture gradient, I'm going to press Ctrl T, and basically I want to bring in a mapping and texture coordinates. Now if I come in and I change the Y, I think it'll be, let's have a look, change the Y, and then if I bring the X up, let's have a look, or bring it down, you can see now that we should end up with some control over how this actually is. Now the problem here is that you can see that this should be on -90, so -90, turn it round, and then let's try bringing this up now, and there we go. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So you can see what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it thicker at the bottom, and as it goes up to the top, it actually starts to disappear like actual flames do. So flames
there we
really
go.
thick down the bottom, as they go up to the top,
That's cool.
they're really thin, spindly, and then they eventually disappear, and that's the kind of result that we're trying to actually get. Now, let's actually get this moving.
Now,
So
again,
how we're
will
gonna
I
do that is
remember
we're gonna
any of the
come
mapping
into- and we're
or
gonna
the
add
node
in a
stuff?
drive. So let's
Probably
come to our
not.
large flames first. Now the thing is, we're going to add them to the Z-axis, but you might actually need to rotate them round, where you would put frame, and then you would put -30 or -60 or whatever it is if it's going the wrong way round. So let's do the first one first. So if I come into the Z, I'm going to press my hashtag, I'm going to press frame for the driver, and then I'm going to press /, and then let's try first of all 30, something like that. Now if I press spacebar now, you can see
Going the wrong
it
direction.
looks as though my flame's actually going the wrong way, which is what I said. But now if I press -30, so now you can see my flame's going the right way. So you're
There we
looking
go.
basically for the flame going up, and you know now
Look at
each
that.
time we do
And manually animating the flame. Yeah, so we're basically, what he said was using drivers to kind of animate it instead of doing keyframes and everything like that. this is a beginner's guide to animation, so it could very well just be that, you know, this is just kind of like stuff for you to know. You know, like how it's like long division versus short division, right? You know, it's like you gotta learn long division so you can appreciate the quick way.
Do this, it's basically going to be minus, not just 30. So just take that into account. And yours might be the other way around, so just keep it on 30. All right, everyone, so you can see now how we've got the large flames moving. So what we need to do now on the next lesson
Oh, it really is. It really, really is. And like the people that do stuff in 3D are a lot smarter than I will ever be. And I just like
enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot.
Like,
Bye-bye.
like a lot of it feels simpler, and then a lot of it doesn't feel simpler. A lot of it feels like I'll never get it. I'm not gonna lie. So it might just be that, like, you know, self-taught, you're always gonna struggle to retain a lot of the stuff versus, you know, maybe going to classes or something. I don't know.
Animation, and
Hard to say. It's hard to say.
All right, so let's get our small flames moving now. So if we come again to the location on the Z, I'm going to
go to
press
small.
hashtag, and I'm going to click on frame, and I'm going to press /, and then minus, and we'll put this on to 60, like so. Now what we'll do is we'll come to our mid flames, same thing again. So I'm going to click on the Z, I'm going to click hashtag frame, minus, /, minus, and 15, like so. And now press spacebar. You should end up with something like this, which you can see now is really, really nice. You can already see exactly how this is actually going to work out.
Did you say 50 or 15?
You click hashtag frame, minus, /, minus, and 15, like so.
1.5. Okay, that works. Brain. Ignore. Oh, that's what I get for typing at, you know, 100 yards. I fucked up. I fucked that up. I super fucked it up. Okay. We're just gonna say 0. Oh. Alright. Hashtag frame. 15. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in, y'all. Let's make sure that I must have done it right because it didn't give me a executable. There we go. Look at that.
And now press
Look at
spacebar.
that.
You should end up with something like this, which you can see now is really, really nice. You can already see exactly how this is actually going to work out. Now, the other thing is, if, again, you can come down and change your gradient. So just don't forget, you've got a gradient on here where you can move it up if you want your flames not to be quite so thick down the bottom. I think I'm really happy with mine. So the next thing we need to do now is we need to actually bring in our colors, and then finally we can bring in our light flicker on top of that. Don't forget as well, we can also speed up how fast these are actually moving, because it's based on our actual
frame data. Yes,
there it is, this here. So this is also, remember, had a driver
our
as
empty.
well. So if we want to change that, we just need to come to here, and you can change your driver from here like so. All right, so now let's go back to our flame and let's bring in some colors then. So let's come over first of all to our emission shader. Let's put it on a nice red or orangey red or something like that. And then what we'll do is we'll
there it
put
is.
the strength of it up to 6 or something. And you can see, am I happy with that color? I don't think so. I think I need to make it a little bit orangey. Yeah, something a little bit more like fire. Yeah, something like that maybe. Alright, we'll start with that, and then as we work through them, we'll be able to change them on the fly. Okay,
Shit.
so now what I want to do is I want to grab my ecosphere. So I'm
I guess
just
that
going to press
works.
Shift D. I'm going to rotate it. So RZ,
Wait,
rotate
wait,
it
wait. Hey, wait a minute. Why does yours look so much brighter than mine?
around. I'm going to make it a little.
Oh, because you have strength 6. Okay, that explains why that looks so much brighter. There we go. Yeah, it looks like flame. Good
A little
lord.
bit bigger, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in, press the tab button. I'm actually going to just make this a little bit different. So I'm just going to press G, bring it in like so, and this one's basically bigger. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just
All right,
so
what are
now
you
what I
doing?
want to do is I want to grab my ecosphere. So I'm just going to press Shift D. I'm going to rotate it. So RZ, rotate it round.
Oh.
I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in, press the tab button. I'm actually going to
Got you. We're making another one. Ours 90. Slightly bigger. Edit mode.
just make this a little bit different. So I'm just going to press G.
Gotcha. Picking up what you're putting down, sir. Helps away. Oh, too much. A little more like that. That. Okay. So
Bring it in.
probably not yet.
like
Probably
so.
not
And
yet.
this one's basically going to be the hottest part of my actual flame. So I'm just moving it around like so. And then what I'm going to do now is press tab. I'm going to come down. I'm going to change this color to maybe a... you can see there. I need to actually duplicate the actual material as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over. I'm going to come to where it says flame red. And I need to change this to another one. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the plus. I want to call this flame white. So flame white, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. So if I come down to this, it'll say copy material. And then if I come to this, you can see paste material in. Now we should be able to, if I give it this color. So if I come to this,
Did I fuck that? I totally fucked that up, didn't I? Okay, let's go back. Materials are still the hardest part
down
for me.
to
The
this,
hardest
it'll
part.
say copy material white, like I'm going to come to where it says flame red, and I need to change this to another one. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the plus. I want to call this
Plus.
flame white. So flame white, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. So if I come down to this, it'll say copy material. And then if I come to this, you can see paste material in. Now we should be able to, if I give it this color. So if I come to this one and just minus off this flame red, and there we go. And now if I come in and I put this on, I give it this color, material in, material. And then if I come to this, you can see paste material in. Now we should
Oh, I see. Okay, so like copy material, base material. Now I can go and make this one white and a sign. Right?
should be able to, if I give it this color. So if I come to this one and just minus off this flame red, and there we go. And now if I come in and I put this on white, we should end up, actually. Okay, I remember now. There's actually an issue where we need to, it takes a little bit of time actually to update for some reason. So I'm just going to unplug this. And there we go, it actually updated. Now, the thing is, why did it take so long to update? And the reason is, I'm just going to unplug this. And there we go, it actually updated. Now, the thing is, why did it take so long to update? And the reason is because what I actually did in the end is I actually minused it off. So basically what I did was, I came to where it said flame white, I took it off, and then what I did was I re-put it back on. So I actually come down to the little arrow here, And I think it's just a little bit of a bug actually in Blender. Then I'm just going to put it on flame white like so. And now you can see it's actually working. So now let's move it over like so. And if I press spacebar now, there we go. If I double tap the A as well, you've got an even better view of what it's actually going to look like. Now the other thing is,
I feel like I fucked that up somehow. Good. Good. It's super slowing down my computer, which shouldn't happen. Doesn't make sense. There we go. I'm okay with this, actually. I might want to change the color just a smidge. Put that back on. There we go. There we go. That's the color. That's the color. Yeah. Fuck yeah. No, just Control S. What am I doing? Just Control S. There's no reason to use file.
the red one, I don't actually want going as high. So if I click on the red, so you can see this is flame white, and let's try and hide that one out of the way. Let's click on the flame red. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring back
yours is like
actual
super
gradient.
high.
So
Mine's just
down to here, where your gradient is. I'm actually then going to pull this back so you can see here.
like, I don't understand how you have so much like that goes up that high. Mine's about halfway, and I'm okay with that.
You can see it's looking a little bit better. All right, so now let's make one more. You can also see that they're kind of moving a little bit the same. If you want to change that as well, what you can do is you can come in to your mapping, click on it, and just put in something like, let's put this on 60 or something like that. And now if I press spacebar, now you can see they're actually moving very different. If I double tap the A now, there you go. All right, so I'm happy with that. Now let's bring in one more then, and we'll have this on a, maybe either a real, click on it and just put in something like, let's put this on 60 or something like that. And now if I press spacebar, now you can see they're actually moving very different. If I double tap the A now, there you go. All right, so I'm happy with that. Now let's bring in one more then, and we'll have this on a, maybe either a real dark red or something like that. So I'm going to grab this one, I'm going to press Shift D, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it in, make it smaller, like so, and I'm going to bring it down, like so. All right, now what I want to do is I'm actually going to pull this up as well. So I'm going to grab the center of it, I'm going to press Shift Space Bar, bring in the move tool, and then just move it up, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this again. So we've got flame white, we've got flame, flame red. Let's hide that. Yeah, flame red. So let's have a flame yellow as well. So let's press Alt H. Let's come back then to the center one. So I want to come back to my center one, which is this one here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new one. So new, and we'll call it flame yellow. Like so. And also I want to be able to change these as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also sort this out, because at the moment it's really, really hard to select them, and I really don't want that. So I'm just going to put all these up just so it's nice and neat for when we come back in, like so. And it shouldn't take too long, and it's just an easier way then of dealing with it. Now the flame, we should have then the flame. So we've got flame 1, flame 2, and then we've got flame 3, which are okay. So let me just see. So flame red, flame white, and then we've got the flame yellow. So I'm just gonna
No!
Minus this off.
No!
Paste this in. So paste.
Blender crashed. Damn it, Blender crashed. Alright, so recover last session, I believe. You don't want to do autos. Well, that's definitely not correct. Recover autosave. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Shimata. Okay. Apparently I lost the new material. Or did I? Wait, I did. Okay, good. Not good. It's not good, but it is what it is, and so we do what we can, right? Alright, so we do copy material. We do paste material. Like that. What we do need though is to take this, move it here. There you go there. Assign. Yes, no. Uh-oh. Did I do oopsie doopsies? Why is that? Blender, please. Please, I'm begging you. Just let me update the color. Swear. I swear. I'm just gonna, like, I just want it to be like a completely super different color right now. So if I do that, say, let's just for funsies, right? We're gonna relaunch Blender and hope for the best. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Okay, so it does change. It did change. Good. Yeah. 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 Ooh. Yeah, baby. You got it. You got it. Need to switch up things. I don't know why it keeps doing that, though. Minus... Bam. I think that looks good. I think it looks alright, at least. You know, at least decent. At least decent. You know, we're doing it. We're doing it.
And all I'm going to do, I'm going to come back to this now. I'm going to make it a yellow color. Now, it's not going to change, of course. We know why. So if I minus that off now and then bring it back in. So I'll click the down arrow, flame. And then we're going to put it...
It's more bonfire-y than it is like an actual flame.
Now if I press Alt-H, now
but I'm okay with that, actually.
Double tap the A. There we go. We have flames. All right, so these ones on the outside, they're probably going the wrong way around at the moment. So the white ones, should be the ones that are on the inside, and the yellow ones should be the ones on the outside. So let's change those around. So if I grab, I think it's this one here. Yes, it is. And then I'm going to press space, and I'm just going to bring these out a little bit, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the inside. I think it's that one. Yes, it is. And then come to the top one, and then bring that out. And there we go. Now it's looking a lot more like an actual flame. All right, so I'm really happy with how that flame actually looks. Now the one thing that we need in is our flame flicker. So let's come back to
yeah, that looks kind of cool.
I'm going to press the tab button.
Looks really fucking cool, actually.
An actual point light. So I'm going to press Shift A. I'm going to come down. I'm going to bring in a point light. Let's move that over then. And you'll see that once I put on this, which because it's on Eevee, if I put this on now you can actually see our point light, but we don't actually get a lot of light off it at the moment because we need to actually bring it out a little bit. So if I come to my light settings over here, I've got a point light, and what I want to do is I want to turn up the power first of all. I want to turn up the color, so we want it on something that's kind of yellowy, orangey, something like that. Let's turn it up a little bit more. And that's also as well, you can turn up the radius, which gives you that kind of now, you know, this movement. Now, if I move this now, you can see that we've
How do I turn up the radius?
We can put it over here now. Now, the thing is, when you put it, you don't actually want it over because it will basically destroy your light. So you don't want that. So what you want is something like that. Okay, so now we've got our point line, Tim. What we want to make sure is that, first of all, you're on Eevee. Let's set the screen space reflections on, and let's also turn on our actual render, and you should end up with something like this. Now, this might not be bright enough at this moment, believe it or not, so we'll just actually find out if it is. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my animation. I'm going to come back then to my actual light here, and then what I'm going to do now, I'm going to set it on number 1, so frame 1. I'm going to press I, hovering over the actual power, and then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come all the way over to 200. I'm going to press I again, and that basically is just going to duplicate it over there. Next of all, now what I want to do is click on my actual point. You see we've got one that says power here. And now if I come over to this little arrow down here, I want to put it onto graph editor. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press N, and you'll see now that we've got actually all of these options here. The one we want is the actual modifier. Now don't worry, you won't actually be able to see anything yet. And the reason we can't see anything yet is because of the fact that this is around 200. So if I come and scroll up, you will see that we should, if we zoom in around, what is it, 270. Let's go to 270. There we go. So there is our actual graph here. Now the thing is, when
Bruh, holy shit, we just went from fucking algebra to calculus in like 0.5 seconds, and I don't appreciate this right now. Holy shit. Okay.
Now first did this, I couldn't actually see where the actual line was, but now I know that we have to actually move up to around where it is. So like so, you know, I want to bring these in a little bit so I've actually got a better idea of what I'm actually looking at here. And the way to do that is simply come over to the right hand side, and you can actually bring this down now much closer together, which is going to make it so you can actually see much easier now what you're actually doing, because you can see these are much closer together. Let's bring them down even more, and now we've actually got a good idea. Alright, so let's bring in that modifier. So click on modifier, let's bring in the noise, and you'll see already now that we've got something happening. Now what you want to do is you want to turn up the strength of the noise, and as you turn that up, you can see now that we're going to be bouncing around between 250-ish to around 300. So now if I put this on, press the space bar, now you end up with that beautiful flame flicker. Now obviously you can make this a lot more extreme, you can make this a lot brighter for instance. All we need to do then is if we go back to frame 1 and we put this on something like 500 for instance. Oh, the other thing is I need to put this onto rendered view. There we go. Now
I was about to say, like, I get
what that's doing. Now let's put this on something like
okay,
1000
I think I see it.
This frame, and let's turn it up. So press I, and you can see we've got a big jump there, and the reason is because we put it on frame 77, which is not something I want. So I'm going to press Ctrl Z. I'm going to come to frame 1. Well, at least you get an idea of understanding how this actually works. And let's put it on 2000, like so. Let's press the I button, and then let's come to frame 200, and again, We'll put it on frame 200. So just move this up. Let's put it on to 2000, like so. Let's press the I button, and now I'm gonna have to scroll all the way up now to see exactly where we are. So it's somewhere around here. And now if I press this, you can see.
Oh, okay, I think I see it right here.
The moment I turn this up, so let's turn this up even higher, like so. And now you can see it's very,
there we
very
go.
hard to see actually, but we can actually accentuate. Once you've got a few more actual walls around here, you'll be able to see it much, much more. But the higher I move this up and the more I pull this down, so let's pull this down just a little bit to 0.7, and now you can see it flickering away like so. And that's exactly what we want. It only needs to be subtle. Of course, you can make this much, much more pronounced, like so. You can make it flicker much, much more, like that. All right, so that's basically
interesting.
It for that one. Let's
interesting.
go now back
Whoa.
to modeling, and let's have one more last look at this. And there's your light flickering away with your actual flame. All right, everyone, so I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you learned a lot from that. Bit of a long one, this one, but we got there in the end. So the next one we're going to be covering is moss and light, and we'll see how we go with that one. All right, thanks a lot, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, cool. Cool. Interesting. Interesting enough, anyway. Alrighty, players. I think we've probably reached the end of the stream. We're going for about 4.5 hours, and that is of straight art, straight learning, straight everything. And you know what I gotta say to that? Goddamn right. Y'all were fucking great. I appreciate that you were even here with me. Like, I did not expect a huge turnout, especially for learning 3D animation and learning 3D art. It is, I mean, it's a lot more time consuming, and I'm not the best learner. I'm not gonna lie. My brain meets it does things, and I don't know what that thing is, honestly. Like, fuck. That being said, let me bring you all to somebody entertaining. Let's see who's all here. Well, I mean, Wagamama is entertaining, but bro got a lot of views. So let's see here. Noir's streaming. Noir's playing a Pokemon game by the looks of it. So I will get you all over there. Thank you all so much again for joining me. Y'all just freaking amazing. And I love you all. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Because I'm having a wonderful day. That the fact that you guys were here with me. That's disturbing. Mabinogi. Okay. It does look like Pokemon, but it's a Mabinogi. I blame you guys. I blame you guys for that one. Anyway, have a wonderful day.